Well, just 2 more road games for the Phillies in 2015, and the road team looking for a series win this afternoon. It's Game 2 of the Phillies and Nationals here in D.C., Philadelphia and Washington at Nationals Park. As we take a look at the NL East standings, and, well, not exactly what you thought it was going to be when you all started back in April. The National League East was almost handed to the Nationals early in the season, but there they sit, 8.5 games back, and you take a look. The Mets, well, they could close it out this afternoon. Their magic number is 1. Hi, everyone, and welcome to Phillies Baseball alongside Ben Davis. I'm Greg Murphy, and game number 1 went the Phillies' way. We had some good pitching and some good offense as well. That's the kind of performance you want to see out of the Phils.
Great pitching and great offense. Aaron Altherr was spectacular. Obviously, inside the park, grand slam, solo shot, double, single. There's nothing that he didn't do. Jared Eichhoff, you can't say enough about what he did last night. He was outstanding.
Well, we have a pretty good pitching matchup today as well, but take a look at what Steven Strasburg was able to do against the Phils back in Philadelphia midway through the month. He was absolutely terrific. The Phils will have their hands on him.
He is very good. Bottom line, he's always had this stuff. It's just a matter of whether or not Steven Strasburg can stay healthy. A litany of injuries over his career. He's been on the disabled list twice this season. So you take a look at the breakdown. His last outing against those Phillies, 60% with his heater. Curveball and changeup was equally split at 20%. But the Phillies have to make sure, and maybe that might be in my keys, Murph. You never know, but they have to make sure they get that fastball down for Steven Strasburg.
Well, on the other side, it'll be Aaron Nola, who continues his progression as a major leaguer, and his last start in Atlanta was pretty darn good.
It was good, but I know that's not as good offensive ball club, the Atlanta Braves, as these Washington Nationals, but I think that's something he can feed on the way he threw the ball. Was in and out with his fastball. The breaking ball, though, was exceptional. I expect him to go out there and use that again as well.
Yeah, and we talked a little bit about it, but this may be the final time that we see Aaron Nola this year. He's at 182 innings combined from the minors and the majors this year, so he wants to go out, finish on a high note. It has been an exciting time for him, no doubt about it. There you see him, Aaron Nola on your left, Steven Strasburg on your right. Those will be the guys shaking the baseball this afternoon in Washington. Lineups and first pitch when we come back. Phillies baseball is brought to you by Toyota. Where will Toyota take you? Visit buyatoyota.com today to find out. Toyota, let's go places. By Citizens Bank. One deposit checking. Keeping things simple is helping you bank better. By Xfinity, the official entertainment provider of the Philadelphia Phillies. And by Independence Blue Cross. Live fearless. Learn more at IBX.com. See, it's game 2 of a 3-game series, the final road series for the Phillies. And here is Pete Maccannon's starting lineup. It's brought to you by Xfinity, the entertainment provider of the Philadelphia Phillies. Freddie Galvis will lead it off. He'll play shortstop, followed by Aaron Altair and Cody Asche. Darren Rupp will play first base. He'll bat fourth. Andres Blanco, Brian Bogusevic, and Cameron Rupp. Darnell Sweeney getting the start in left field. He'll bat eighth. Pitching, batting ninth is Aaron Nola, and there is Steven Strasburg. 21 starts so far this season, 10-7 with an ERA of 3.81. And Ben, he has been really, really good in his last 11.
Last 11, he's been pretty unhittable.
Phil's got a taste of that back in Philadelphia when he dominated them in the middle of September. And here is the scouting report on Strasburg.
94-97, 4-pitch pitcher. The curve and the change-up really are his out pitches, but he also can ride that fastball up.
Well, Freddie Galvis is the first to face him this afternoon. Quickly, the count is 1-1 as he fouled that last pitch back. You see what Freddie's been able to do this season. 7 home runs, 44 RBIs. Getting a chance in the leadoff spot in the last couple of weeks of the season. He takes that pitch on the outside corner for a strike. Here's the 1-2 pitch. A little bit high for a ball. It's 2-2. Line drive to left field. Right there is Den Decker, and he makes the catch. And that's the first out of the ball game. It's time now for our Nissan keys to the game.
First key that really stuck out after watching that last start against the Phillies is make sure Strasburg gets his heater down. He's got to work down. If you think you can catch up that heater up top of the zone, you're not going to be able to. So make sure he gets that down. And Nolan needs to throw that hook until they hit it.
Saw a pretty good hook from his teammate Jared Eichhoff last night. Able to get a lot of those 10 strikeouts on the breaking pitches. So perhaps Aaron Nola was paying attention to that, thinking he could do the same thing. That first pitch to Aaron Altair is a little bit high and outside for a ball. It's 1-0. Well, Altair was the hero last night. An historic night for him, all starting with that inside the park grand slam in the 3rd inning. See what he can do for an encore this afternoon. Well, today's Lucky McDonald's Phillies home run jackpot contestant is Eric Strauss from Perkiomenville, Pennsylvania. If the Phillies hit a home run in the game, well, Eric will win $100.
Good luck, Eric.
Line drive right at the second baseman Rendon. Catches it on the fly, and that's the second out. So he hit it hard, but right at Anthony Rendon. And this is what he did last night. The line drive to center field, Michael Taylor with the bases loaded laying out. And it gets by, and after that, Ben, it was all legs.
Well, I can appreciate his aggressiveness to lay out for that baseball. Aaron Altair really appreciates that aggressiveness as it turned into an inside the park home run, the first one since 1956. Pudd'nhead Jones.
Well, 2 quick outs here in the top of the first, and Cody Asche, he homered last night as well. Steps in, takes the first pitch over for a strike. It's 0-1. Asche batting .250, 12 home runs, 35 RBIs. Swings through that pitch. It's 0-2 to Cody Asche. My pick for standout star this afternoon.
Oh, after he swung the bat last night.
Yeah.
Can understand that.
Fouls that one at the plate. Still 0-2 to Asche. It's 3 home runs on this final road trip of the season. 7 RBIs. He's behind Strasburg 0-2. It's high and outside for a ball. 1-2 now to Asche.
And they came out for batting practice. I discussed it in the pregame show, but I said, Cody, do you think you got that home run last night? He goes, I know I hit it good, but I said, but did you think he got it like that? He said, not like that.
It did carry. Well, that one's a ground out to second base. Rendon over there to Robinson for the final out of the inning. So the Phils go quietly in the top of the first. 1, 2, 3. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left. We head to the bottom of the first. No score. comes in for Matt Williams of the Washington Nationals. Team that many thought would be on top of the NL East at this point. Chance to be eliminated today by the New York Mets. Here is the lineup. Matt Williams is setting out there today, and the starting lineup is brought to you by Xfinity, the official entertainment provider of the Philadelphia Phillies. Anthony Rendon will lead off, followed by Escobar and Harper. Jason Worth bats fourth, will play right field. Quinn Robinson, Ian Desmond, Matt Dendecker out there on left. Wilson Ramos behind the plate. Steven Strasburg batting ninth and doing the pitching. And they will face the young right-hander for the Phils, Aaron Nola, making his 13th start in the big leagues, 6-2 with a 3.84 ERA. And the first pitch to Anthony Rendon. Low and outside for a ball.
So we take a look at the scouting report for Aaron. He'll sit right about 90 to 91. 3-pitch pitcher. Very good put-away pitch with that breaking ball. And last time out against these Nats, didn't have quite a good outing, but something you can learn from.
Yeah, we saw him get hit around earlier in the season against Toronto, and he came out after that game and said, you know what? Maybe that was good for me. I can learn from that. His next outing was terrific, and he seemed to, kind of pick up on some of the things that he had been doing wrong against Toronto. The same can be said against a good lineup like the Washington Nationals, so it will be interesting to see how he handles this afternoon. He's behind Anthony Rendon, 3-1. Now it is 3-1. The scoreboard was incorrect up there here at Nationals Park. So 3-1 now to Anthony Rendon. I knew he was working fast. I thought I missed a pitch. Check swing, and it's over for a strike. So it's 3-2 now to Rendon.
I'm glad I ate those 4 plates of food for lunch, Murph. It's pretty windy. I don't want to blow away up here.
I'm surprised you stopped at 4. Unlike you. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Ground ball, softly hit. Galvis charges it, throws over to Darren Ruff, and he gets him 6-3, goes to the put out. Nice play by Freddie Galvis. That wasn't hit all that hard. He needed to hurry on it. Well, during the 2015 season, Turkey Hill, the official ice cream of the Phillies, will contribute $100 for each Phillies victory and 5 cents for each carton of Phillies Grand Slam ice cream, sold to support the Phillies youth baseball and softball programs. 1 out, near the bottom of the first. Escobar having himself a terrific season for the Nationals, batting .324, 9 home runs, 56 RBIs. He'll step in against Aaron Nola. Doing some work in that batter's box before he gets in there.
Getting rid of all the kitty litter.
First pitch to Escobar is a breaking ball over for a strike. Popped him up. Shallow right field. Bogusevic coming in, and he is there in time. Makes the catch. So 2 outs here in the bottom of the first. Looks like the wind is blowing pretty hard in. One got caught up. I think Brian thought it was going to come on out, so we had to get on his horse a little bit, make that play.
Yeah, I think it's definitely from right field straight out to left field. So those balls that Escobar just hit really are going to get caught up in that wind out to right field.
Well, that'll bring up Bryce Harper. And he had a tough night last night, but what a season he is having. Probably your National League MVP, most likely. He swings at the first pitch from Nolan, fouls it back into the camera well. The numbers are pretty spectacular. Batting .336, 41 home runs, 95 RBIs. Jared Eichhoff, though, able to handle him last night. Struck him out 3 times in that ball game.
That stat you showed me earlier is a good stat.
Yeah. And you see Eichhoff's numbers last night. 7 innings pitched, 2 runs, 5 hits, 10 strikeouts, a career high. And how about this? Harper struck out just 3 times in a game, 9 times this season. It was only the 4th time that the starter in that game recorded those strikeouts. The other 3 starters, how about Matt Harvey, Clayton Kershaw, and Madison Bumgarner?
Yeah.
Now you can put Jared Eichhoff on that list as well. That is impressive. And he strikes him out again. Aaron Nola gets him looking, and Bryce Harper is a strikeout victim to end the first. So the Nationals go quietly, 1-2-3 as well. We're going to head to the top of the second. No score. On Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, the final homestand of the season for the Phils. It would be most likely that the Mets will have clinched the NL East by then. All 3 games are at 7:05. You can order your tickets now at Phillies.com. It's Bark at the Park this afternoon here in Washington. Dog's looking the wrong way.
It's our second one on this road trip.
That's right.
The one in Atlanta.
First pitch over to Darren Ruff. Strike, 0-1. So you got to say, hey, game's over here, pup. After all, Darren Ruff is up. You know, ground ball, foul. I had to go there.
I was thinking maybe he saw a good-looking yellow lab on the other end or something.
There you go. He's got his own seat.
Jack Russell, maybe? A little mix of Jack Russell.
I'm not good with my dog
no?
breed, so you're asking the wrong guy. Here's the 0-2 pitch to Ruff, and he pops that one up in the infield. Ian Desmond makes the catch, and Ruff is retired. First out here in the top of the second. You got my Ruff joke, right?
You're barking up the wrong tree.
There's one out here in the top of the second. Andres Blanco will be the batter.
Murph, I got to tell you, you did an outstanding job with the pregame show today.
Well, thank you, Ben. As did you.
Riding a bike for you, huh?
It's been a couple of years since I've hosted Phillies pregame live. It's a lot of fun. Blanco squares around the bunt, bunts it foul. It's 0-1 to Andres Blanco. Yeah, we were having flashbacks, you and I, doing the pregame show, talking about Ricky Bo and Tommy Green.
It's been a quick minute, I tell you.
It has. Pitch is outside to Blanco, 1-1.
And I wanted to publicly thank you for, you knew it was going to be a little chilly today, so you wanted to make sure we were bundled up with the shirt and tie on.
Yep.
Always thinking ahead, buddy.
Not a problem.
Always thinking ahead.
Had nothing to do with the fact that I forgot my golf shirt. Popped it up in the infield. And Escobar is underneath it, just in foul territory for the second out. And yeah, you know, we were supposed to wear the gray Phillies golf shirts today, admittedly. And tomorrow, suit and tie. Yes, because it's travel day. But when I opened my suitcase after 9 days being on the road, no gray golf shirt.
There was a gray golf shirt in there, just not the right one.
Not the right one. So, so suit and tie today, suit and tie tomorrow.
Honest mistake, Murph. Honest mistake.
Yeah. Thanks for not riding me all morning.
I didn't want to mention it, but
Brian Bogusevic is the batter. It's 1-0 to him. It is a little chilly here this afternoon, in the mid-60s, I guess. A little bit of a breeze as well, overcast in the nation's capital. 2-0 to Brian Bogusevic. It's a bit high, so 3-0 now to Bogusevic. Cameron Rupp waits on deck.
You see that 2-0 pitch at 97. He does have a big arm.
Sure does. It's a 3-0 pitch, and that one's over for a strike, so it's 3-1. And I guess, you know, one of the things that is so impressive about Strasburg is that it doesn't look like he's, you know, putting out all that kind of effort.
Yes.
And he gets it up to 96, 97 routinely. That one's fouled back. It's 3-2 now.
Yeah, it doesn't look like that effort level is there, and all of a sudden, boom, comes out.
Number 1 pick in 2009 for the Washington Nationals out of San Diego State University. Count is even to Brian Bogusevic. Time is called.
Ramos put down 4 signs before he wanted that fastball in.
Fouled back.
Looked to me like he and Zimmerman had a tough time getting on the same page last night.
Jordan Zimmerman struggled a bit. Of course, the inside the park grand slam didn't help, but he had loaded up the bases on 2 walks and a base hit before that. Got himself into the trouble. Here's the 3-2 pitch, and that one is down the left field line and foul.
I think Brian's going to need a new weapon.
But Jordan, there you see Zimmerman, and you know he takes the loss last night. He has been so good for the Nationals his entire career. He's the all-time winningest pitcher in Nationals history, but most likely won't be part of this team next year. He's a free agent. A lot of talk that he'll be moving on.
Yeah, he's going to demand and deservedly get a big contract. And I was talking with Jorge Valendia today about that play in the third that ultimately led to that grand slam, the inside the park grand slam. He said, man, just get your out. I said, I know, George. That's what I talked about on the air last night.
Fouled again. You're talking about the sacrifice.
The sacrifice by Jared Eickhoff, and
Zimmerman went to third.
He comes off the mound and throws it to third, and Bogusevic beat it to third. Next thing you know, it's bases loaded, nobody out. Top of the order was up. Get your outs, especially earlier in the ball game.
Especially when they're giving you one.
Exactly.
3-2 pitch on the outside corner, called third strike. So the first strikeout for Steven Strasburg on the afternoon, and the third out of the inning here in the top of the second. We'll head to the bottom of the second. Still no score in Washington. North to tangle with the New England Revolution. It's Union Soccer tonight at 7:30 only on the Comcast Network. Wish the Philadelphia Union the best of luck. Bottom of the second right now here in Nationals Park in Washington, D.C. 0-0 is your score. It'll be Jason Worth, Clint Robinson, and Ian Desmond with it off here in the bottom of the second for the Nationals. You see Worth's numbers, 228, 12 home runs, one of them last night. And both RBIs last night for the Nationals. Continues to pile up the numbers against the Phillies. First pitch to Worth is over the outside corner for a strike. Here is last night.
Supposed to be a fastball down and away, ends up middle in and up. He does not miss those.
Well, he missed that one.
Only by 3 or 4 feet, Murph.
Down on one knee. So it's 0-2 to Jason Worth. Like he was looking for number 13. Swing and a miss, and he got him. So the 0-2 pitch, breaking ball. Jason Worth out in front of it again. And that is the second strikeout for Aaron Nola. And from one Nola, well, to another. A very special guest with Leslie Goodell.
Hi, Murph. Yes, I'm with Austin Nola, Aaron's older brother. And you two have a very close relationship. But this is the first opportunity you're getting to see him pitch this year. What's it like for you?
Exciting. I'm proud to see him out there. You know, he's progressed completely, and he's just looking good. He's looked like he's learning a lot and mowing these guys down, thankfully.
What is the difference you see in him? So from the beginning of this year to when he made his major league debut till now?
His command is just getting better, and it's hard to believe that it could at LSU. You know, he's some of the best command the college had ever seen, but he's honed it in more, and he's throwing more of his off-speed pitches for strikes too, so I'm glad to see that.
You decided not to sign after being drafted by, well, both the Rockies and then the Toronto Blue Jays. And as I understand it, you did that so you got the opportunity to play a year with Aaron. Did you ever have any regrets?
No. I mean, for our family, it was awesome. We had family at every game, tons of it, and just to get to have that experience beats the money that no money price could ever put on that. So I enjoyed it, and I'd love to play with him one more time, huh? and
you are still playing, and there's a chance that you could, hopefully for your sake, be able to play against him at some point as a member of the Marlins organization. What are you looking ahead towards? Do you think you get your shot soon?
I don't know. I mean, only the Marlins. So I'm hope so. You know, it's a progression, and you got to be there in the right time, right place. So we'll see what happens.
I know Aaron really likes Pedro Martinez. He's emulated him in the way that he pitches. What similarities do you see in him that he's taken from the way Pedro pitches?
That movement on his fastball and the changeup. I mean, if he continues to hone that changeup in the way it's been and gets it better, I think it could have a pretty similar movement depth as Pedro had. But it's going to be hard to have that fastball that Pedro had. I mean, that's genetic type stuff.
Yeah, the velocity that he had, definitely. Looking at him, he's making his 31st start when you combine his minor league starts and his major league starts. Certainly a career high. 31st this year, but he doesn't look any worse for wear. Does he look like? Is he the kind of guy who is going to just keep going and not wear out?
Well, he'll wear out, but I think the way his stuff plays, as far as command and location, I don't think it's going to be that much of a difference to where somebody who had really good stuff, but with like a high velocity, those guys wear out quicker than somebody who has really good command and movement. So that plays in his favor, a lot of starts.
Austin, thank you. Appreciate your time. Murph, let's go back up to you.
All right. Thank you very much, Leslie. That's an interesting point that Austin brings up, because the guy that throws in 97, 98, more likely you lose a couple ticks on your fastball, you might struggle. A guy like Aaron Nola, who really just dominates because of his command, probably won't wear out as quickly, and you maybe wouldn't notice the difference if he was tired.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it really all comes down to location. So as long as he can locate his pitches, he'll be fine.
And then he gets the strikeout right there, his third strikeout of the afternoon through 2 innings. He's got the 3, and he puts him down 1, 2, 3 again here in the second. So far 6 up and 6 down for Aaron Nola, including the 3 strikeouts. We'll head to the third. The 3rd, Sunday, October 4th against Miami. And on Sunday, the 4th at 3:05, it is Fan Appreciation Day, a 2016 Phillies schedule magnet being given out to all fans. Prizes and surprises as well. Order your tickets for the final game and the final homestand of the season at Phillies.com. We get ready to start the top of the 3rd. Cameron Rupp will lead it off for the Phils. Takes that first pitch, a little inside for a ball. It's 1-0. No base runners yet this afternoon. Start the 3rd. Both pitchers doing a nice job so far against the opposing offense. That one is lifted into right field. Jason Worth giving chase over by the foul line. He slides and not going to be able to make the catch in foul territory. Totally lost sight of Jason Worth down there in the corner. And that one just kind of drifted right. Take another look. It was slicing the entire way. And Worth decides to hit the deck. That would have been a heck of a catch.
Should have put a glove on his knee.
Yeah, that couldn't have felt good.
No.
Works his way back to his position in right field. Looks like he's all right.
That ball was slicing, and it was losing distance because of the wind.
Looks like one of my drives off the tee. Well, it's 1-1 to Cameron Rupp. Betting in the 7-hole tonight, this afternoon. That's over for a strike. It's 1-2. Rupp batting .235 on the season, 9 home runs, 26 RBIs. It's the 1-2 pitch, ground ball, shortstop. Desmond to his left, picks it, throws it, and that's the first out of the inning. Well, today's game is also available in Spanish. Just use the SAP button on your television or change the language through the menu on your cable box.
See.
6-3 is the put out for the first out here in the top of the 3rd. Darnell Sweeney, who's getting the start in left field today. Stepped to the plate for the first time today, batting .147. Does have 3 home runs since joining the Phillies. 10 RBIs. He'll face Strasburg for the first time, and he fouls that one straight back. It's 0-1.
Don't fault him for hitting that first straight one. Get deeper into counts, you start back of your mind, you start looking at that breaking ball, the changeup. The changeup is funny because it's 87, 88 miles an hour. You know, when you're throwing 96, 97, that's, you want that 10 miles an hour, but you're thinking, well, 88, 89, that's a hard changeup.
It's a fastball for some guys in the league.
Sure is.
Well, he's quickly ahead of Darnell Sweeney, 0-2. Almost puts down the side. The 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss, and he got him. And throw down to first to complete the strikeout. Strikeout number 2 for Strasburg on the afternoon. And that'll bring up Aaron Nola. Well, it's now time for you to tweet your strongest fan photo. Use hashtag PhillyPhotoDataStrongFan, and you just might see yourself in an upcoming broadcast. It's all brought to you by T-Mobile. We'll have that photo coming your way a little bit later in the game. Aaron Nola will step in. He of the .091 batting average. First pitch is over for a strike. Takes that one a little high for a ball. It's 1-1. Well, look at the New York Mets already in the top of the 2nd. 2 hits. Lucas Duda grand slam has made it 4-0 as they look to clinch. And Aaron Nola lifts that one to right field. That one slices foul as well. Jason Worth giving chase, but falls safely in foul territory. How about that? The Mets' magic number is 1, so a combination of Nationals losses and Mets wins that add up to 1 would indeed clinch it for the NL East. And I would imagine if you're the Mets, you want to do it do it yourself. Not back in with the Phils win over the Nats today, but win it and celebrate this afternoon. Why wait, right?
Leave all doubt aside.
Well, they're off to a good start. We'll keep you posted on that game. That was a 4 o'clock start as well. And that one's on the outside corner for a called third strike. So, back-to-back strikeouts for Steven Strasburg, and 9 up and 9 down for the Phillies. We're through 2.5. No score in Washington. McDonald's. Double the lovin' at McDonald's with a double cheeseburger and small fry, just $2.50. McDonald's, I'm loving it. And by Nissan. Choose Nissan today for great offers on our most exciting lineup ever. Shop Nissan.com. Bottom of the third, no score. No runs, no hits, no errors, no walks, nothing.
No runners.
No base runners to speak of.
I like that hat.
Yeah, I've never seen that one before.
Good looking hat.
Pat Burrell in the house. Sitting behind Anthony Rendon. It's nice to see, you know, whenever we come to Nationals Park, Phillies fans, lots of Phillies fans in attendance. Even at the end of what has been a tough year for the Phils, folks are still showing up. So are the Dogs. Bark in the park here at Nationals Park. Well, Matt Dendecker getting the start in left field this afternoon is the first to face Aaron Nola. It'll be Dendecker, Ramos, and Strasburg. 7, 8, 9 for the Nets. First pitch from Nola sails outside for a ball. It's 1-0. Ground ball, back up the middle. Blanco dives, but out of reach, and that'll be the first base runner, base hit of the afternoon. Dendecker's aboard with a leadoff single. Just out of the reach of Andres Blanco.
He did everything in his power to get there, just wasn't able to get to it.
So Dendecker is on first, and Wilson Ramos will be the batter. There you see the effort by Andres Blanco. Actually hit off his glove.
It looked like it just nicked off his glove.
Had he gloved that, probably wasn't going to throw out Dendecker anyway.
Been a tough play.
Yeah. So in steps Ramos, 234, 14 home runs and 66 RBIs for the Nationals catcher. So Nola working from the stretch. Throw over. Dendecker gets back. Chases him back again.
Our internet is working again, Murph.
Oh, good. You can do that research that you've been trying to do. Nola has his sign. First pitch to Ramos. It's fouled back. It's 0-1.
You look at the Nationals and you're thinking to yourselves, man, a lot of opportunities. This team was built to go to the postseason. It's just not going to happen.
One pitch is over for a strike. It's 0-2.
It has to be such a defeating feeling for these guys.
Yeah. I mean, they were the hands-on favorite to win the NL East. That we know. I'm not sure. I don't remember the Mets being part of the conversation back in April. Some people thought the Marlins, myself included, could do some damage. But and maybe the Braves would hang in it. Throw over again. Then Decker gets back.
I remember last offseason, and then not to pat myself on the shoulder, but you can. Thanks, Murph. Yeah. But I said, folks asked me last year, who do you like next season? I said, I really like the Mets. And they looked at me like I'm crazy.
Well, that pitching staff was good and really came into its own. Called third strike. He gets Ramos looking. That's the first out of the inning, the bottom of the third, and that'll bring up Steven Strasburg. Much like the staff of the Washington Nationals. Let's take a look at that strikeout again. A couple of years ago, when they started putting together, led by this guy, Steven Strasburg, and they did. They won the National League East last season. They were the division champs in 2014. You looked at the Mets and you thought, hey, that pitching staff's going to be pretty good one of these days. I just don't think many people thought it would be this quick. Strasburg squares around to bunt, and he bunts it foul. And for the again, I mean, it happened last year, and they were able to overcome it, but the Nationals just got out of the gate slowly.
They did,
and just couldn't rally. And by the time they tried, the Mets had built up a lead and were playing good baseball, and there wasn't much they could do about it.
It just seems to be something missing. Camaraderie, good clubhouse atmosphere. I don't know what it is.
And that pitch is outside for a ball. And Rupp thought about snap throw down to first, but then Decker gets back. So the count is even, 1-1 with one out.
That man's a very good baseball man. Great player in his own. But, I guess some of the decisions that he made this year just didn't benefit that ball club. I highly doubtful that he would be back next season.
Yeah, there is some talk that he will be the one that takes the axe because of the way that the Nationals finished up this season. That remains to be seen. There's Drew Storen, such a big part of the rotation in 2014. That one is bunted back to Nola. Nice play. Gets it to second base for the first out. Blanco tried to think about going over to first, and on the transfer dropped the baseball, but it's still an out there at second base, so he gets the lead runner. Nice play by Aaron Nola.
It's a great play. We heard Cameron Rupp yelling. We talked about how he talks ball hit to the right side. He's get over, get over, get over. Well, I could hear him yelling 2-2-2 on that one. Very vocal. And Aaron Nola's been sitting right about 90 to 92 today. This ball he threw to second was at 107. He threw a rocket to second base.
So that'll bring up the top of the order. Anthony Rendon. I was just saying about Storen. Storen, of course, was their closer this year. That's what I meant to say. And gets moved when Jonathan Papelbon arrives. And they've done such a good job for them. That one was going to sneak into left field for the base hit. And that's one of those, moves that the manager made and the organization made as a whole that you wonder in retrospect if they would do again. But things had started to fall apart at that point in the Nationals anyway.
They sure did.
So runners on first and second with 2 outs here in the third.
Get in the box. Jimmy Christmas.
Escobar. Just had to get himself ready.
He's drawing a mural in the dirt.
First pitch is over for a strike. It's 0-1. Escobar flew out to right field. Bogusevic, shallow right field in his first at bat. 0-1 pitch inside for a ball. It's 1-1. A little bit low for a ball. It's 2-1. One pitch, line drive, right center field. On his horse is Brian Bogusevic, and he closes the gap and makes the catch for the final out of the inning. So Escobar hit it hard. Bogusevic able to track it down, and we'll head to the fourth. No score. In order Green Mountain Coffee K-Cup Pods. Great tasting coffee, amazing low prices, delivered free the very same day when you order by 11:30. WB Mason knocks it out of the park. But WB Mason. Top of the fourth, Phil's still looking for their first base hit. First base runner as well against Steven Strasburg. Freddie Galvis, Aaron Altair, and Cody Ashe started off here in the top of the fourth inning. We take a look at our Jeep Stump the Fans trivia question right now. You can log on to Phillies.com, go to the fans section for all the information, and please submit your answer on the subject line. The question is, which current Phillies pitcher did Bryce Harper ground out to in his first major league at bat?
What?
Come on, you should know that. The answer will be revealed later in the game. You don't remember his first major league at bat?
Current Phillies pitcher.
That was the hint.
So that means maybe he did not face the Phillies as first at bat.
So smart sometimes. First pitch to Freddie Galvis was over for a strike. It's 0-1. You work on that.
Okay.
I've lost him for 2 innings now. It's 1-1 to Freddie Galvis.
I think this is the third time that on this road trip alone a pitcher's had a perfect game going into the fourth inning.
I think you're right.
It happened. It was the seventh, going into the seventh, going into the sixth, and now going into the fourth.
And it's a line drive to center field. Going back on it is Harper. He's going to get there in time. The edge of the warning track, and that's the first out of the fourth inning. So Freddie Galvis poked it, and Harper able to get back there and make the catch. That'll bring up Aaron Altair. He lined out to the second baseman, Anthony Rendon, in his first at bat.
What were we thinking in the pregame show? My man goes 4 for 4 last night with 2 homers. One was an inside the park grand slam, and we don't pick him as our standout star?
Shame on you for not picking him. Well, you know, Strasburg's tough enough to hit against from the left side. Righty on righty. It's a tall task for any of the Phillies hitters. That was my reasoning.
Okay.
Lines that one down the left field line, but it's going to be foul. So 1-2 now to Aaron Altair. Cody Ashley waits on deck. We talked about it last night in the game, but I've said it a couple of times, whether I've been up here in the booth or down on the field watching Aaron Altair. I love to watch him run the bases. He's an excellent base runner. 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, and he got him. Wilson Ramos able to hang on to that one, so another strikeout for Strasburg. 4 strikeouts now for Stephen Strasburg. An update from Cincinnati. Mets and Reds 5-2 now. Granderson hit a home run, but the Reds have gotten themselves on the board as well. So Cincinnati not going to go down without a fight there in the bottom of the second. A lot of offense in that one. Not much offense to speak of here in Washington. Ashley grounded out to second, his first at bat. He takes that pitch over for a strike.
That's just tough because you have to respect the 96 to 98. When he drops that hammer on you, and then he does it again. Now you just 3-pitch pitcher, but command all of them. You know, with a heater in. Nope. Going to change up.
Here's the 0-2 pitch.
90 miles an hour.
90-mile-per-hour changeup from Stephen Strasburg, and he gets Cody Ashley swinging. So it is the 5th strikeout for Strasburg, back-to-back to end the 4th. Still no score. Phillies baseball is brought to you by Jefferson, where health is all we do. Call 1-800-JEFF-NOW or visit jefferson.edu. By the Quality Plus Ford stores. Go further. And by Yellowwood brand pressure treated pine. If it doesn't have this yellow tag, well, you don't want it. Look at Teddy winning the president's race this afternoon with a 4-legged friend here at Bark in the Park at Nationals Park. Is that legal in the president's race?
Sure is. Teddy can do whatever he wants.
No, that's true. Bryce Harper steps to the plate. He was a strikeout victim in his first at bat. First pitch to him was outside for a ball.
I lost a lot of sleep last night, Murph.
Over Abe Lincoln?
Over Abe Lincoln.
Yeah, I knew you were going to say that. Swing and a miss. Harper swings through that one. Yeah, for folks that didn't see the game last night, Abe went down, which appeared to be maybe a knee injury.
Yeah.
When he collided with the wall out there in right field. It was touch and go there for a little bit. It's good to see the 16th president back on his feet.
Mm-hmm.
Inside for a ball. It's 2-1.
I noticed the little things in baseball. Bryce Harper, no batting gloves.
Trying to get a better feel?
No, he's tried something different.
Just something different.
4 strike, three last night. 1 to lead off today.
Well, he lines that one to right field, and that's going to be in for a base hit.
It worked.
No batting gloves. And another base hit for the Nets. Well, Bryce Harper, as we mentioned, is probably, I can't imagine he's not going to win the National League MVP. He was asked about it the other day. He said, I just know that if I go out there and play my game, that everything will take care of itself. All I'm worried about right now is winning ball games and doing what I can to help my team win on a daily basis. That's all I care about right now. MVP talking that right now. It's not even on my mind. That's our Geico quote of the day. Who's the competition, really?
Nobody.
He is a leadoff base runner here in the 4th. And Aaron Nola will.
Maybe Paul Goldschmidt?
Yeah, he's had a terrific year. Over for a strike. He invariably seems to end up second in the MVP race year in and year out. This Paul Goldschmidt. He's just a steady, steady guy.
He's a heck of a player. He plays in the desert and you never really hear about him.
Right. Worth takes that one on the outside corner for a strike. So quickly ahead of Jason Worth. 0-2 is Aaron Nola.
American League, I'm going to go with Donaldson, Toronto.
Absolutely, I agree. The 0-2 pitch, line drive, base hit in the left field. Harper's going to stop at second. Sweeney gets that one back into the infield. So back-to-back singles now to lead off the 4th inning. The Nationals have something going here. Bottom of the 4th.
He got Worth to chase his first at bat, but it was a breaking ball in the dirt. This one tries to go back to the well one more time, but just doesn't bounce it, doesn't throw it low enough. And Jason Worth obviously looking for it after going down on his first at bat. Hooks it in the left field for a single.
All right, so Clint Robinson steps in from the left side against Nola. The runners lead off first and second. Nobody out. A little bit low. Ball 1.
James Hoy doesn't seem to have much of a low strike zone today. A few pitches were very borderline. He's not getting them.
That's a line drive to left field, and that's going to fall in front of Sweeney. Good base running by Bryce Harper. Read it well, but he's still going to stop at third. Cody Ashley cuts off that ball from the outfield. It looked to me like Bryce Harper knew the entire time that was going to fall in for a hit. It only fell a couple of feet in front of Sweeney, but still unable to score on that. So the Nats have him loaded now. 3 straight singles here in the 4th.
Very good base running on his part. I'm very surprised he wasn't sent because how deep this line drive went. Darnell Sweeney getting out there, catches it.
He did pause right at the beginning there, and that's what cost them the ability to score.
Better be safe than sorry. You don't pick the first out, don't play that in first and second with 1 out.
That's the truth. So bases loaded now, and Aaron Nola's going to have to work himself out of a jam. Ian Desmond is the batter. He struck out his first at bat. First pitch to Desmond's outside for a ball. It's 1-0. How about those numbers? Bases loaded.
Pretty good. I'll trade a run for double play here, Murph.
That's the way the Phils are defensively aligned. That one is outside for a ball. It's 2-0. Yeah, in the 4th inning, get the 2 outs and let the 1-run score and hope they can get out of the inning with just that. Stay out of a big inning.
Problem is the way Steven Strasburg is pitching, 1 run might be all he needs.
Yeah.
Because he has it going today. You know me, I never like to give an opposing pitcher a lot of credit, but he's got the stuff today.
Whew. Trying to add to those gaudy numbers. Bases loaded was Ian Desmond, but swings and misses on that one, so it's 2-1 now to Desmond.
Talk about some confidence. Throw a 2-0 breaking ball in this situation. That is some confidence.
One's over for a strike as well. It's 2-2 now. Ian Desmond. Harper's on third. He singled. Jason Worth at second. He singled. Clint Robinson over at first. Single as well. Bases loaded. Nobody out. The 2-2 pitch. Over the outside corner for a called third strike. So the first out of the inning, Ian Desmond caught looking, and that is a big first out indeed.
That's some poise by a young pitcher. Desmond, I'm not going to triple up on you. I'm going to paint you down in a way with some 93.
That was a big out indeed, and that'll bring up Matt Dendecker. Dendecker singled in his first at bat. Base is still loaded now. One out and a double play. And Aaronola can see himself through this. First pitch to Dendecker's outside for a ball. Nola has his sign. And that's a line drive right at second baseman Andres Blanco. Makes the catch for the second out. Almost a double play. Runners, nice job freezing and getting back to their respective bags, but a big, big out right there for the second out for Aaronola. Take a look.
It is good base running, like you said, Murph, but they're both hustling back, was Robinson and Worth. Plus, the ball was hit so hard, it really didn't give the other fielders, Freddie or Dan Ruff at first, an opportunity to get to their respective bags.
Yeah, I think, both the runner and the fielder were in about the same position on the field, so it didn't really give him a chance. But, hey, you'll take it if you're the Phillies. You got 2 outs now with the bases loaded. And Aaronola will have to face Wilson Ramos to try and get out of this jam. He's first pitch swinging. Nice play by Cody Ashley at third. Across the diamond, and he gets out of the inning 5-3. So the Nats had the bases loaded, nobody out, and unable to score a run. What a job by Aaronola and the Phillies defense. We are headed to the top of the 5th. Still no score in Washington. in Washington, and that is saying something because the Nats loaded up the bases with nobody out in the bottom of the inning. But the final out of the inning, Cody Ashe over to Darren Ruff, and the Phils get out of a jam, a big jam. Aaron Nola able to work his way out of it. That was impressive, Ben Davis.
Look how excited Aaron Nola is. Steady as she goes. I'd love to see that out of a younger player. Act like you've been there before.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a huge situation in this ball game.
Strikeout, a line drive out, and then the ground out. Get the final three, and Darren Ruff first pitch swinging and hits that one in the left field. That's the Phil's first base hit of the afternoon. Darren Ruff is aboard in the fifth. No, and the perfect game go bye-bye for Steven Strasburg. Darren Ruff has really been swinging a good bat nowadays.
I like the fact that he's being a little bit more aggressive early on in counts. Not letting that first pitch cookie go by anymore.
Yeah, it's something that you and Matt and Tom have talked about time and time again this season. You know, he does. He seemed to watch a lot of good pitches go by early in at bats, and he's not doing that now. Getting a chance to play every day, I'm sure, helps. Against lefties and righties right now. So base hit for Ruff, and Blanco squares around, thinks about bunting, and takes that one a little bit high and outside for a ball. So it's 1-0 to Blanco.
This is where you, as an offense, can really put that pressure completely. Obviously, the momentum, there's a momentum shift. Now you have them on the defensive. I know Steven Strasburg's pitching well, but if you get a run or two here.
Yeah, what a change that is. Well, that's a ground ball to first base. Robinson goes over to first and then back. The first comes the throw. So 3-6-3 double play. And that'll help out your pitchers every day of the week. All right, Ben, it's time now for our Jeep Stump the Fans trivia question answer. We asked you, which current Phillies pitcher did Bryce Harper ground out to in his first major league at bat? You said, well, that's easy.
The only one I could think of that's old enough on this club would be Aaron Harang.
Aaron Harang is a good answer.
No,
but incorrect. But you were thinking along the right lines. Well, I was going to give you a chance before they put it up there. Yeah, Chad Billingsley is the answer. Back on to Phillies.com to find out if you're the winner of the Phillies prize pack.
I think another clue should have been added there. Currently on the disabled list.
Oh, well, talk to John DeSangro.
I'm going to call foul.
And there you have it. The truck always gets the final word.
Yes, they do.
Brian Bogusevic is the batter. Swings through that one. It's 1-2 now to Bogusevic. So the leadoff base runner erased by the 3-6-3 double play. Bogusevic struck out in his first at bat. Strasburg has his sign. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Outside for a ball. It's 2-2. I thought the way that you kind of dissected that was pretty good, though. The age of the pitcher matters. Aaron Harang.
Yeah.
You thought perhaps it wasn't with the Phillies at the time. That was good thinking as well. You just didn't come up with the right guy.
Deductive reasoning let me down.
Well, it did at the end. Brian Bogusevic swings through that pitch. He's a strikeout victim to end the top of the fifth. people in the greater Philadelphia region, there's ample opportunity to help. Build houses, volunteer, or be a mentor. Visit citizensbank.com/community to learn more. At Citizens Bank, we want to help you bank better, so the next time you have a question about money, don't keep it to yourself. Ask a citizen. Bottom of the fifth, no score. Washington Nationals Park. They had plenty of chances, did the Nationals, in their last go-around in the bottom of the fourth. And leading it off will be Steven Strasburg. Takes that first pitch over from Aaron for a strike. It'll be Strasburg, and then the top of the order, Rendon, Yunel Escobar. Nola working quickly. Here's the 0-2 pitch. A little bit low for a ball. 1-2.
If this is his last start, I'm liking what I see out of the velocity. I know we shouldn't get caught up in the velocity, but we've seen many starts this year where Aaron was sitting at 88, 89. Today, he's right about 92, 93. That 5 miles an hour difference, that's a huge difference, Murph. It really is.
Well, you heard his brother Austin talking about how he thought, Aaron's the kind of pitcher that maybe won't be affected as much late in the season.
Throw him out.
Strasburg, base hit. Throw does come into first, and that was ill-advised as that one goes into the camera well and out of play. So Strasburg's going to get second base. Bogusevic thought about it. I don't think Darren Ruff actually thought he was going to throw that ball. And that one skips into the Nationals dugout. And that Williams went out to have a conversation with the umpires. What could he be talking about? He's getting second base. Does he want third as well?
Could be, since they're going to say was he already at first base? Because if he were to be at first base, then the throw into the dugout would be 2 bases.
I think he was a step away from first when that.
I think Brian Bogusevic, you heard me say throw him out, but he has to pause because Darren Ruff isn't there.
Right.
Once he sees Darren Ruff not at the first base bag or making his way over there, I think he should have just eaten that baseball.
I'll tell you what, that could have been ugly. That came pretty close to hitting Strasburg right in the head. Everyone's all right. And Strasburg is aboard at second base now. It's a base hit and an error by Bogusevic in right. Allows him to move to second. And that is the top of the order now. Anthony Rendon. Not the way you wanted to get the bottom of the fifth started after that fourth inning where you get out of the jam.
No, it's not, but still got a pitch.
Well, Rendon singled his last at bat. He's 1 for 2. A little bit high and outside for a ball. It's 1-1. Anthony Rendon been swinging a hot bat as well. Runners in scoring position, over 400 since the end of August. And he fouls that one off down the right field line into the stands. It's 1-2 now to Anthony Rendon. Escobar waiting on deck.
I think he played a lot as to some of the struggles for the Nationals early on in the season because he wasn't in the lineup. It's a big offensive threat for them and really a table setter at the top, and you don't have that guy to be able to get on. It's going to hurt your ball club.
No doubt about it. The Nationals dealt with some injuries all season long, some of their key guys. But 1-2 pitch inside for a ball. 2-2 to Rendon. But that's not, that's part of it. Every team is dealing with that. The Phillies certainly have. The Mets have.
Injuries are a part of sports. It's a fact.
2-2 pitch, ground ball right at the second baseman Blanco is going to come to third with it. Nice play by Blanco as he gets the out at third base, knowing he had a pitcher running, and makes a quick decision like that. Really nice play.
It's a good play by Blanco, but it's a better play by Cody Ashe. You see Andres right there acknowledging Cody over at third base. Hey, partner, thanks for picking me up. Very good pick there by Cody Ashe.
Yeah.
Otherwise, that ball may end up in the stands. You don't know where it's going to end up, but this is knowing your runner right here. This is exactly what that is. Watch this ball. It's a long pick. Cody Ashe picks up his teammate.
Yeah, he really does. Great play by Ashe down there at third. And as you said, Blanco thinking ahead. Hard hit ground ball to myself. If that runner's going, I'm going to third. So 4-5 goes the put out. Rendon down there at first. And fielder's choice. So 1 out now. And that'll bring up Escobar. And that one's inside for a ball. So it's 1-0 to Yunel Escobar. He's 0 for 2 today.
Very unconventional out there.
Yeah. You don't see the 4-5 very often.
No. You're wondering why did Strasburg go there?
Yeah.
Well, first of all, the ball's hit to the right side.
Ground ball to shortstop. This could be 2. Flip the second for 1 and over for a double play. Hold that thought. We'll talk about that when we get back. 6-4-3 goes the put out to end the inning in the 5th. So Phil's once again working themselves out of a jam. Still no score.
Are showing positive signs for the Phils' rotation of the future. Alec Asher, Aaron Nola, Adam Morgan, and Jared Eichhoff have all arrived on the big stage and have arrived ready to make a case for staying at the major league level. With bumps in the road and a learning curve for any young prospect, this quartet has made adjustments and found success against opposing lineups since their major league debuts. The future of the rotation is bright. And it's brought to you by Independence Blue Cross. Live fearless.
Bob McClure going over the game plan for the rest of this game with his pitcher Aaron Nola. He's done a nice job working out of some trouble in the last 2 innings. Got some help from his defense in that last inning. 6-4-3 double play ends it. Phils are going to get some arms up in the bullpen. There's Lowen starting to warm up. So I'm wondering, maybe Nola's day is done. He is expected to bat third in this inning. Cameron Rupp swinging and lines that one foul and out of play. So it'll go Rupp, Sweeney, and then Nola. What do you think, Ben? Do you think he's done? Might be.
Yeah, I do. I think he's going to be done. But if they get Cameron and Darnell on, I think he'll be up there to sacrifice.
Comes in high. It's Cameron Rupp, so it's 1-1 now. 95-mile-per-hour fastball.
Looks like Darno has a bat in his hand in the dugout.
over for a strike, so it's 1-2 now to Cameron Rupp. 67 pitches for Aaron Nola so far in this game. And he has the look of a guy that's finished. We talked about whether or not this would be his final start.
182
coming in, 182 innings
now
combined.
187.
Yeah. Well, just put his helmet on.
Well, we'll see.
So Cameron Rupp is behind in the count, 1-2. You know, they might say, have a seat and we'll see you in 5 days.
A lot of innings. Yeah, it very well could be, but it's a lot of innings for a first full year.
Yeah.
In professional baseball.
That one's in the dirt. It's 2-2 to Cameron Rupp. That would be my bet, is if he is finished today, then he will make his next start. And maybe pitch 3 innings and be done and be at that 190, magic 190 innings mark. 2-2 pitch, check swing, and yes, he went. Cameron Rupp disagrees, but it's going to be a strikeout. And Wilson Ramos applies the tag, so another strikeout for Steven Strasburg. Well, you know, Aaron Nola, not just is just one of the guys that has played a lot of baseball this year, not just pitchers, position guys as well, Leslie Goodell, and it is something that the coaching staff and the front office has to think about at this point.
Well, and every person in the starting 9 today has played more major league games this year than they have last year.
Wow.
And Cameron Rupp is only 1 game shy of matching last year's total of combined minor and major league starts. Otherwise, every player in the lineup today has topped what they did last year in total games, whether it's with combined minors and major league games. Look at Freddie Galvis. He's played over 100 games more in the majors this year than he played last year. 162 games is a grind. I talked to Cameron Rupp earlier, and Rupp said that it's really about the routine and trying to get ready for the game and then what happens after the game, and trying to make the adjustments and keep your body fresh. He said during the game the adrenaline's flowing, that's not the issue, but it's before and after the game. And then I spoke with Paul Fournier, who is the strength and conditioning coach, and he said they really monitor things now. They changed their weightlifting, they pull back on weightlifting, their running yards are cut down. Their batting practice goes from 15 minutes to 10 minutes. You can see when the bats are heavy, they said, and that's when they start making the adjustments. And for the September call-ups, guys, it's all about education for them and teaching them what they need to do in the off-season. But there's no rest for the weary. They get 2 to 4 weeks off before they resume activities, and that's it. And that depends on, of course, your age and your health, but 2 to 4 weeks is all they get off after the season.
Yeah, that is excellent stuff, Leslie. That's really interesting when you look at those numbers and those guys. But, you know, Ben, you've been through it. Baseball's a grind. It is a grind, and, you know, playing a position that you played, catcher, maybe even a little bit more difficult than some other positions. But I've heard Pete Mackanin say time and time again, as this first pitch to Chase Darno, who is indeed pinch hitting for Aaron Nola, is over for a strike, so it's 0-1 to Chase Darno. I've heard him say time and time again that mentally it's more of a grind than it is physically for these young guys. I mean, they are some of the best athletes around, and they're in tip-top shape, and you know, it is a grind, but physically they can handle it. It's mentally where they struggle.
It is a long season for these guys. Most of them not used to playing in September, and
it's mentally for all of them. I spoke with Scott Sheridan, the head athletic trainer, and he said that they got a break. They're all appreciating Pete today. They all got to come in a little bit later, quite a bit later than they usually do. So he said, you know, Pete's their favorite guy right now after today. They got a little extra sleep.
Well, Pete's been through the grind as well. He knows all about it, so giving his guys a little bit of time off. Meanwhile, Darno goes down swinging. 3 strikeouts. Strasburg strikes out the side in the 6th. Hurry to your local Delaware Valley Honda dealer or visit DelValHondaDealers.com. By Xfinity, the official entertainment provider of the Philadelphia Phillies. And by Chevrolet. Visit your local dealer at ChevyDealer.com. Still no score here at Nationals Park. Phil's just managing 1 hit. They also have the error. Nationals 6 hits but no runs. How about some defensive plays of the game, Ben Davis, 4th inning?
How about it? When you take a look here, bases loaded. Wilson Ramos, and Desmond up. Strike 3 looking. Dendecker, pull it to Andres Blanco for out number 2. And then Wilson Ramos, the roll over to Cody. Completes the throw across to Darren Ruff at first base. Aaron Nola ecstatic about getting that. That's your Hyundai defensive play of the game, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers.
And it is. So these Phillies fans hoping some offense is coming their way. But first, some pitching from Adam Loewen, who is the new pitcher for the Phils. He has to face Bryce Harper right out of the chute. Harper singled, ended up at 3rd in that inning. He was the guy on 3rd base when that final out was recorded. Saw Adam Loewen's numbers right there. Lefty delivers inside for a ball. So it's 2-0 now to Bryce Harper. Harper, Jason Worth, and Clint Robinson, who all led off the 4th inning with singles.
Murphy, internet's down again.
Good to know. Outside for a ball. It's 3-0 to Bryce Harper. What are you trying to look up?
Well, I always get on MLB.com to look at the lines and averages as they're adjusted throughout the game, and it's blank again.
All right. Here's the 3-0 pitch, and that's on the outside corner for a strike. It's 3-1. If I can help you in any way, Ben, just let me know.
All right. Nice to see Adam getting a few more innings here recently.
3-1 pitch, foul back, so it's 3-2 now to Bryce Harper. Yeah, and pitching much more effectively now than he was when he first got here. Pitching with a little more confidence, it looks like.
He's got a new toy. Drop him down.
That's right. Changed his delivery a little bit. Well, he's facing the National League's best hitter. The count is even 3-2. Harper asks for time. He steps out. And he has his sign.
Has a violent hack. See, not many guys can do what Bryce Harper can do, and that is swing hard, swing under control, but still swing quick. He still has a quick bat despite that hard swing.
3-2 pitch outside for a ball, so he walked him. So Bryce Harper's a base runner, lead off the 6th inning. It was your key to the game last night, and it's a little confusing when you hear you say, swing faster, not harder, right? Or swing quicker, be quicker.
The harder you swing, the harder you grip the bat, the more tense your forearm muscles and your biceps become, and the slower your bat gets. We've all done it where we stepped up and hit a golf ball, and you say, man, that ball jumped and I didn't even swing. Same way in baseball.
That walk for Bryce Harper ties a franchise record. Both the Nationals and the Expos. 123 walks on the season. He has now tied that mark. A week to go in the season. Worth takes that one a little bit low. It's 1-1.
It wasn't low, Murph.
No, it really wasn't. It was not low, but it was...
I respectfully disagree.
Well, that one was inside. Harper's going to move up to second. Weren't able to get out of the way. So it's 2-1 now to Jason Worth. You'll agree this was inside?
Yeah. He yanks this one. Supposed to be inside, just yanks it. Held on to it a little bit too long.
A little bit. So Harper's down at second now. 2-1 count to Jason Worth. He swings through that one, so it's 2-2. Nobody out here in the sixth. 2 pitch, and that one's inside as well. Goes all the way back to the backstop. Harper's going to move up again. That'll be a wild pitch. No one's lost a little bit of control right now. I think Jason Worth's a little bit uncomfortable.
He is uncomfortable. I don't know if he maybe pulled something in his hip flexor, groin area. Very gingerly getting back in the box. Saw him stretching out a little bit as he maybe had something to do with the sliding in the right field wall.
Yeah. Took a baseball off the knee when he slid into the wall. But he gets back in there. It's 3-2 now. You see Jenmar Gomez is warming up in the Phillies bullpen. That one's outside for a ball, so he walked him. The first 2 batters have reached base here in the 6th inning, just like in the 4th, this time on back-to-back walks. And that's going to bring up Clint Robinson. Well, you can keep up with the pennant races in true HD quality on MLB.TV Premium. Watch every out-of-market game live on more than 400 supported devices. Real-time highlights, live look-ins, pitch tracking, and more. Visit MLB.TV today. This is Jason Worth after he slid into the wall that we were talking about earlier in the game. Yeah, it seems like maybe that right leg was bothering him a little bit. He's down there at first base. That pitch is in the dirt. Nice play by Cameron Rupp. Runners can't go anywhere. First and third now, nobody out. Harper moved up on back-to-back wild pitches, first to third. So Adam Lowen having some trouble with control right now here in the 6th.
Yeah, these pitches really not even close.
No.
For Adam, so hopefully he can find it quickly.
And that one is swung on and hit foul out of play, so it's 1-1.
I would assume this would be his last hitter.
Gomez warming up. Now Freddie Galvis is going to come in and have a word. That might be a little bit of a stall tactic as well. Wants to have a word with Lowen. Runners lead off the corners and throw over to first. Worth gets back. One pitch. Line drive right at Blanco at first. Runners are able to get back. So once again, line drive to Andres Blanco helps out in the jam. That's the first out of the inning.
Again, close to getting out of this. No runs. See how it plays out.
Well, and it's going to play out without Adam Lowen as Pete McKenna is working his way towards the mound, and there will be a pitching change here at Nationals Park. So Jenmar Gomez, right-hander, will be coming in. And Ian Desmond will be the first to face him when we come back. The Nats are threatening. Runners on the corners. No score. We'll be right back. Talks about a whirlwind year that began in Double-A and ended as a fixture in the Phillies rotation. Plus, we've got inside access with many of the organization's top prospects when the Red and Fightin' Phils made their run to the Eastern League Championship Series. It's all on Phillies Clubhouse tonight at 10 over on the Comcast Network. Well, Phils once again find themselves in a little bit of trouble. One out, runners on the corners. Jenmar Gomez coming in for the 64th time this season. 2.88 ERA for the big right-hander. And he comes in a difficult spot, but a ground ball, double play could once again save the Phils. They were in the jam in the 4th, once again in the 5th, and now here in the 6th.
Jenmar knows what he wants to do. Desmond knows what Jenmar wants to do. It's a matter of him executing this sinker or a changeup down and away and getting this double play. Hopefully get a ball on the ground right at somebody.
That will be the plan as Ian Desmond steps in. Takes that first pitch outside for a ball. Check swing, no swing, says Bill Welke down there at first base. So it's 1-0 to Ian Desmond. Matt Dendecker waits on deck. Harper leads off third. Throw over to first to chase Worth back. Back-to-back walks to lead off the 6th. And then a line out. That's where we sit right now. You see the numbers for double plays for Jenmar Gomez. 1 in every 10 at-bats. And he is trying to keep Worth over there to keep that double play in line. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Ground ball to third. Lightly hit, only plays at first. They're going to get the out at first, but the run will score. Nice play by Kodiachi. He had no other play, and that'll be a ground out, but an RBI for Ian Desmond.
Nice play, Cody. Very nice play. And you know what scored, don't you, Murph? The leadoff walk.
That's right.
Watch Cody attack this baseball. The only play really, barehand that ball. Cameron's thinking may have had a shot, but take the shore out at first base. Very nice play by Cody.
Yeah, I don't think he had any shot at home plate. Harper runs well, and he was off with the pitch, off on contact. So 2 outs and a run across now for the Nationals. Jason Worth moves down to second base. Matt Dendecker steps in. He singled in his first at bat. He lined out as well. So 1 for 2 on the afternoon. Gomez keeping his eye on Jason Worth. The first run of the afternoon for either team. The Phils would like to keep it that way right here in the bottom of the 6th. That first pitch is over to Dendecker for a strike. It's 0-1.
Good changeup by Jenmar. That pitch has really come a long way for him. He was pretty much, when we saw him in spring training, even to start the year, Murph, sinker, slider, sinker, slider. And he's able to incorporate this changeup into his mixture of pitches, and it's worked out really well for him. He's thrown it to righties as well.
Yeah, he's been good all season long. He went through a small period of time where he struggled a bit, but able to right the ship. It's been good for the Phils. That one's a little bit outside for a ball. So it's 1-1 now to Dendecker. Gomez gets his sign from Cameron Rupp. He's working from the stretch. On the inside corner for a strike. It's 1-2. Nice pitch.
Leave him out there. It's where the infield, all the infielders need to make sure they knock the ball down. Regardless of whether you get Dendecker at first base, knock it down so Worth doesn't score from second.
Time is called. There you see Worth. One of 2 walks in the inning by Adam Lowen. Has him down at second base. Harper's already scored in this inning. It's 1-2. That one's inside and low. Nice play by Rupp. So it's 2-2 with 2 outs here in the 6th.
That was a nice play by Cameron, sliding to his right.
Buchanan looks on, hoping to keep this a 1-run game. Two balls, 2 strikes. Over for a called 3rd strike. Dendecker is a victim, a strikeout victim. First one for Genmar Gomez, and that ends the inning. So he comes in and does a nice job. 1 run does score, and the Nationals take it to the 7th with a 1-0 lead. Time now for our game summary, brought to you by Honda. Darren Ruff, Phillies' only hit today was a single. And Aaron Nola pitched well, but pitched through 6 hits, no earned runs. He had the 5 strikeouts, didn't walk anybody today. Steven Strasburg as good, if not even a little bit better. He's allowed just the 1 hit. No runs across for the Phils. So it's 1-0 Nationals as we head to the top of the 7th. And Strasburg's back out there. And first to baseman is Freddie Galvis. You know, we're here in the 7th inning, and despite the 1 hit, Steven Strasburg has faced the minimum amount of batters so far in this one, 18 batters through 6 innings. The only hit, Darren Ruff, was erased on a 3-6-3 double play back there in the 5th. Andres Blanco, so he's been good. That one's fouled back by Freddie Galvis.
Get it started, Freddie.
Yep.
Find a gap somewhere.
Hey, 1 hit, no runs for the Phils, and they only trail it by 1. So that is about as best you can hope for at this point. Freddie swings through that one, and that's a strike 3. So 10 strikeouts now for for Steven Strasburg as he gets Freddie Galvis. Now it's time for our fan photo. Let's bring in Leslie Goodell.
Thank you, Murph. Today's photo comes from @GiaTags. Captioned, hope to see some more of these flags in seasons to come. That is again from @GiaTags. Tweet your strongest fan photo to Philly Hashtag Philly Photo Data Strong Fan, and you just might see yourself in an upcoming broadcast brought to you by T-Mobile.
All right, thank you, Leslie. Yeah, wouldn't that be nice? Add a couple more flags out there, some division wins, some National League pennants, World Series. A couple flags here at Nationals Park as well. Not as many. Carlos Ruiz was a part of that, a huge part of it. As he talks with Aaron Nola in the dugout.
Talking about the circle change, which is what that just was by Steven Strasburg. That is filthy.
88.
But the
88 miles an hour.
the movement is really something.
Strasburg came into the game with 135 strikeouts in 113 innings. He's added 10 more today, and that one is line foul. Oof. Aaron Altair turning on that one, turning on that changeup, unable to keep it fair. So it's 1-2 to Aaron Altair. You saw the graphic, 4 consecutive games with double-digit strikeouts for Steven Strasburg.
He does have put away stuff.
One-two pitch. Swing and a miss, and he got it. Strikeout number 11 in the second here in the 7th. Well, that brings us to today's Cold Hard Fact, brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. And it's the strikeout walk ratio for Steven Strasburg, and it is pretty good among the active career leaders. He is number 3 on that list. Pretty good names on that list as well. His teammates on the list, Jordan Zimmerman, we saw last night, 4.64 strikeout to walk ratio for Steven Strasburg. And he's always been a strikeout guy, and he just seems to be getting better and better with each passing year. And that is lined down the right field line, and that's foul. Cody Ashe.
It's one thing to have the stuff, but it's another to know how to put somebody away. A lot of guys have the stuff, they just don't know how to do it.
Yeah, you talk about being a strikeout pitcher. Look down at your card right now. The last 6 batters to face Steven Strasburg in this game have struck out.
Is that good?
That's good if you're a Nationals fan.
Another changeup.
That one. And it's 0-2 to Cody Ashe. In fact, Ruff and Blanco are the only Phillies in this game that have not struck out against Strasburg.
That last pitch to Cody, pretty much the same pitch he struck out on in the 4th inning.
So it's 0-2 now to Cody Ashe with 2 outs here in the 7th. The 0-2 pitch popped up center field, shallow center field. Bryce Harper coming in, and he makes the catch. So Cody Ashe, not a strikeout victim, but an out victim nonetheless here in the 7th. Phils go down in order, trail it 1-0. becomes possible. It's January 20th through the 24th this year, 2016. Join a Legends lineup that now includes Mike Schmidt for coaching, camaraderie, and baseball like you've never played it before. You can take a part in a 1-hour hitting clinic with the Hall of Famer, Mike Schmidt. Create memories that last a lifetime. Book now at PhilliesFantasyCamp.com. So we head to the bottom of the 7th. Wilson Ramos will lead it off for the Nationals, who have a 1-0 lead here at Nationals Park. Ramos, Strasburg, and then the top of the order, Anthony Rendon. First pitch is outside for a ball. It's 1-0. Ground ball, third base. Cody actually backs up on it. There's plenty of time. And it goes across the diamond. 5-3 is the put out. And every time the Phillies retire the opposing team, 1-2-3, Comcast will make a contribution to Phillies charities. Phillies baseball is brought to you by Xfinity, the official entertainment provider of the Philadelphia Phillies. And Aaron Nola able to do that 3 times this afternoon. 1, 2, 3. So Steven Strasburg will step in. He singled his last at bat and then moved up to second base on the error by Brian Bogusevic.
That was an eventful inning for him on the bases.
Yes, it was. And then he was thrown out at third by Andres Blanco. Nice play. The conventional 4-5 put out. Outside for a ball. It's 1-1. Line drive to center field. Aaron Altair is there, and he makes the catch for the second out of the inning. So he'll fly out to center field. Out number 2, and that'll bring up Anthony Rendon in the top of the order. And Mark Gomez in for a second inning of work for the Phillies. Bullpen is quiet, so. Rendon is 1 for 3 on the afternoon. He singled back in the third. Gomez's first pitch is over for a strike. It's 0-1.
And Jim Mars really has put together a very sneaky good year.
Yeah.
When I say sneaky, because it's not a lot of strikeouts. He pitches to contact. But he's eaten up a lot of innings. He's answered the bell every time.
Inside for a ball. It's 1-1.
He's gotten some big outs for the Phillies this year. So he's not a very vocal guy. Really just goes about his own business. He'll say hello to you.
Yeah, he's a quiet guy.
Very
You're right
quiet.
about that. Over for a strike. It's 1-2 now to Rendon. Gomez has his sign. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Good call. Third strike on the inside corner. So Rendon is a strikeout victim. The second strikeout for Jenmar Gomez. And the Nats go down 1-2-3 here in the 7th. Phil's in need of some offense as we head to the top of the 8th. They trail it 1-0. brought to you by W.B. Mason. You can't go wrong when you buy right. And by Toyota. Where will Toyota take you? Visit buyattoyota.com today to find out. Toyota. Let's go places. We're headed to the top of the 8th here at Nationals Park. Park in the park. Plenty of dogs in the ballpark today. Not a whole lot of offense for either team. Just the one run to show for it. First pitch swinging is Darren Ruff, and he has his second hit of the game.
He's
once again, yeah,
100% of their hits today.
Yes, he does. And once again, first pitch swinging. And we talked about that, his aggressiveness. Good to see from Darren Ruff. So he's aboard, and that'll bring up Andres Blanco. Through 7, Steven Strasburg has faced the minimum amount of batters. 21 batters. Make it 22 now.
Looks like they have Felipe Rivero up in the bullpen.
And Blanco bunts that one and gets Darren Ruff over to second. And then Whitey's going to play a little bit with Clint Robinson and run on back to the dugout. Wanted to make sure that Ruff got down there to second. He did.
Frenchie loves it.
And he takes care of it. Well, with one out here in the 8th, it's time for the Major League Notebook.
Thank you, Murph. Major League Notebook brought to you by St. Joseph's University. And after a few weeks of speculation on the future of Detroit Tigers manager Brad Ausmus, he will be retained for another season. He is in the midst of a 3-year deal. Ausmus and the entire coaching staff will be back. He's going to be, they're one loss shy, rather, of their first losing season in Detroit since 2008. And elsewhere, the Cards lose right-handed pitcher Carlos Martinez to a shoulder strain. That's a huge blow for them. The 24-year-old has had a great year, 14-7 with a 3.01 ERA.
And a big hit right there for Brian Bogusevic. That's going to score Darren Ruff as that one goes all the way back to the fence in left center field. Brian Bogusevic is safe at second with a double. He has an RBI, and this game is all tied up at 1. He just got the feeling that one run wasn't going to be enough in this one, and Brian Bogusevic delivers. Thank you, Leslie, for the Major League Notebook presented by St. Joseph's University.
Brian came into this ball game hitting .286, one of the main reasons I picked, and for my standout star. But .286 with a home run off of Steven Strasburg, and
that was a good piece of hitting right there.
Gets that changeup, but you see how that changeup was elevated and didn't have that much movement. When the pitch is elevated, you lose the movement.
Well, with one out, it brings up Cameron Rupp with a runner in scoring position. Phil's trying to change their fortunes here in the 8th. Rupp is 0 for 2. Nice to see him change places with Bogusevic right here. It's over the outside corner for a strike. It's 1-1.
Don't threaten me with a good time, Murph.
Strasburg steps off. He and Ramos can't get on the same page, so they're going to chat about it. The count is even to Cameron Rupp, 1-1 with one out here in the 8th. One run across for the Phils. There you see Luis Garcia warming up in the Phillies bullpen.
And I'm trying to go over in my head who would possibly pinch hit. The Nats do have a righty and a lefty up. Starting to think maybe. See Rivera there.
Yeah, well, the righty is Papelbon.
Papelbon. But I'm thinking maybe if righty does come in, we might see Ryan Howard. He's out taking ground balls again today, and a good BP.
Bogusevic leads off second. That one is outside for a ball, so it's 2-1. I walked in with Ryan today, and I asked him, if he was getting any closer. He said he was going to try and run on the field today.
He was out with Paul running down the left field line.
So that is a good sign. I did not get the impression that he was quite ready to come back into a ball game. 2-1 pitch is over for a strike. Leslie, I know you talked to Ryan right before the game. What did he have to say?
Yeah, I did. I talked to Pete McCannon, and he was getting an update just as I was asking him, and Ryan is not available today. And in fact, they are targeting Wednesday for him to start in a game. He thought he could be ready on Tuesday, but they have Jonathan Neese, and so they're not going to put him out there against a lefty. They've got lefties the next 2 games. So both Howard and expect to see Herrera get a couple days off as well. McCannon would really like to see Herrera end on a high note, so he'd like to give him a breather at this point.
Interesting. All right, thank you, Leslie, for that. Yeah, Ryan made it clear when we were talking today that he did definitely wanted to play before the season was over and thought he was getting close. I just didn't get the impression that he'd be ready for today. So,
and that would just leave Herrera, the only lefty on the bench.
2-2 pitch outside for a ball. It's 3-2. Well, this may be Strasburg's last batter, especially if he loses Rupp here. Look at Bogusevic, chases him back. One's in the dirt, and he walked him. So a couple of base runners here in the 8th. The Phils have tied it up. They've got runners at first and second with 1 out. And Darnell Sweeney is the batter. Matt Williams is tapping his left arm. He wants Wilson Ramos to go out there and have a conversation. I'm guessing they're just waiting for their lefty to be ready. So the Phils had 1 base runner through the first 7 innings, but now 3 of the last 4 have gotten on base.
I don't think he was going out to stall. Rivera's been throwing for a long time. I think he's going to stay in this game.
Yep, looks like it.
He's only had 94 pitches. Talking about stressful innings, stress-free innings.
Yep. All true. But he's in trouble here. Runners at first and second, 1 out. Darnell Sweeney batting from the left side. First pitch to him is fouled over the Phillies dugout. It's 0-1. There you see what he did versus the Phils back on September 15th and what he's been able to do today. Both pretty impressive. Jeff Francoeur is now out on the on-deck circle.
I wonder if he'll be ready to hit.
My guess is yes. 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. 0-2. Darnell Sweeney struck out both at bats so far this afternoon.
Both swinging. Both on balls in the dirt.
He has yet to be able to figure out Steven Strasburg. Right, he has his sign. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Foul. Gets past. I thought he got a piece of that. Apparently he did not. He was in the dirt, so both runners are going to move up. I guess what I heard was the ball hitting the dirt. So good base running by the Phil's base runners. They move up to second and third, but Darnell Sweeney is a strikeout victim once again. And that's the second out of the inning. Take another look.
Another breaking ball in the dirt, and Darnell unable to hold up. And Ramos, I'm surprised he threw that ball because Brian Bogusevic beat that throw easily.
Yeah.
You don't want to risk throwing that ball down the left field line.
So Jeff Francoeur is the batter in a big moment in this game with 2 outs in the 8th inning. And once again, Strasburg asking Wilson Ramos to go through the signs. base hit here would most likely score 2. First pitch going outside for a ball. It's 1-0 to Jeff Francoeur. Top of the order, Freddie Galvis waits on deck.
Strasburg's pace has really slowed as well.
A little bit.
A lot more deliberate on the mound.
He has his sign. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Over for a strike. It's 1-1.
Surprised Frenchie took that one.
It's been good this year as a pinch hitter. Phils can really use him to come through here.
Break is hard, Frenchie.
1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. 2 runners on. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Swings through it. It's 1-2 now to Jeff Francoeur.
Jeff looking back at James Hoyt, asked if that was a strike or not. That the 100th pitch of the inning.
Well, this Nationals crowd has gotten to their feet. 32,000 plus here at Nationals Park this afternoon. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, and he got him. And they're going to have to throw down to first to complete the strikeout, which they do. But another strikeout for Steven Strasburg, and he's able to get out of a little bit of the jam. But not before the Phils are able to tie this one up. They push one across in the 8th. We're heading to the bottom of the 8th, all tied up at 1. Don't forget, Sunday, October 4th at 3:05 versus the Marlins. It is Fan Appreciation Day. 2016 Phillies schedule magnet is free to all fans, and of course all the traditional celebration with prizes and surprises all over the ballpark. You can order your tickets now at Phillies.com. Final game of the season against the Miami Marlins. Hard to believe it is winding down, Ben.
Unbelievable.
Some changes for the Phils. Jeff Francoeur is going to stay in and play left field. He'll stay in that 9th spot in the batting order, and Luis Garcia is your new pitcher. And he replaces Darnell Sweeney in the batting order, batting 8th. 69th appearance for Luis Garcia, 3-6 with a 3.69 ERA. And he's going to face the heart of the Nationals order. 2, 3, 4 here in the bottom of the 8th. Yunel Escobar, Bryce Harper, Jason Worth. Escobar takes that first pitch high and outside for a ball. Escobar still looking for his first hit in the series. Took an 0 for last night. He's 0 for 3 today. That would be a good pitch. A little bit outside, I guess, for a ball, so it's 2-0 to Escobar.
Lewis could just harness that. See how late that pitch moved?
Yeah.
Little cut action on it. If he could just harness that. He said, I don't try and make it do that. It just happens sometimes.
And that one's over the outside corner for a strike. It's 2-1. 97 miles per hour. You're right.
And
with late movement, that's
what I'm saying. That,
yeah.
Even that had a little bit of cut on it.
High and inside for a ball. 3-1 now to Yanel Escobar. Harper waits on deck. You do not want to walk the leadoff guy in this situation, especially with that man in the on-deck circle. 3-1 pitch is grounded foul. So 3-2 now to Escobar. Jonathan Papelbon warming up in the Nationals bullpen. Looks like he's ready to go. This will come in the top of the 9th inning. This game remains tight. Well, come in regardless, I would think. 3-2 pitch is fouled off. So we'll do it again.
See, I have 12 strikeouts for Strasburg.
That's right.
MLB has 13. You must have missed one.
2, 3. Yeah, 13. That's right.
Huh.
That's what I've got. Here's the 3-2 pitch. On the inside corner, called third strike. Nice pitch by Luis Garcia. He gets Escobar looking, and that's the first strikeout of the inning. The first out of the inning here in the 8th. And that was a big one.
It was a big one. His stuff is too good to get hit the way it sometimes does.
So that'll bring up Bryce Harper, who has been on base his last 2 times up. Singled back in the 4th, and he walked in the 6th and scored a run. Only run for the Nationals. First pitch swinging, and that one's inside the bag at third base. It's going to hit the half wall and bounce off. He's going to get 2 out of this one as Francoeur gathers it and gets it back into the infield. But a little inside-out swing for Bryce Harper. Shoots it past the bag to Cody Ashe, and that's a double with 1 out here in the 8th inning.
First pitch, fastball hunting, gets it. Takes the same swing he does just about every other time up.
Yeah.
Just he's late. When you have the proper swing, if you're late, you're going to take it the other way.
So up steps Jason Worth. He's also 1 for 2 with a walk this afternoon.
I found my other strikeout. There are 13.
Okay.
I know you were very concerned about it.
It's always the last place you look. Jason Worth was a strikeout victim earlier in the game as well. He had the only 2 RBIs in last night's game. He comes up with a chance to give the Nationals a lead here, and he takes that first pitch over for a strike. So it's 0-1 to Jason Worth. Harper's over at second.
Hector Neris getting loose.
Garcia steps off.
I don't know why exactly he would be getting up.
Pitch. Swing and a miss. Jason Worth swings through that one. So it's 0-2 now to Worth. Clint Robinson waiting on deck. Luis Garcia trying to keep this at a tie ball game here in the 8th inning. The 0-2 pitch. Foul at the plate. We'll do it again.
That pitch still had cut at 98.
Garcia trying to get on the same page with Cameron Rupp. He steps off. Has his sign. Harper leads off second. He steps off again. From the stretch, here's the 0-2 pitch. Swing and miss. He got him, but it gets past Cameron Rupp. He has to make the throw down at first, and he gets him in time. Nice play by Cameron Rupp, who fielded that off the back wall, makes the throw down to first just in time to get Jason Worth. So a strikeout victim is Worth. And a really nice play by his catcher. Luis Garcia helped out by his backstop. Harper does move up to third on the play, but with 2 outs, that'll bring up Clint Robinson. Take another look.
Cameron right through the 5-hole, right through the wickets, goes over and barehands the ball and throws a rocket to Darren Ruff at first base. But nice job by Cameron to recover and not panic.
That's the key. Did not panic in that mode. He was very calm in picking that ball up, knew he had some time, and he makes a perfect throw. So they're going to walk Clint Robinson, and they're going to face the right-hander, Ian Desmond, who's 0 for 3 this afternoon.
And good play by Jimar Gomez to cover home, because Bryce Harper was flying around that third base bag and thought about it for a quick second about scoring, but Jimar was at home just in case.
Yeah, Garcia covering home plate.
I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm sorry.
So Garcia will walk Clint Robinson. This will be ball 4. He'll take his base, and they'll work on Ian Desmond. Bob McClure is going to have a word with Garcia before all of that takes place. Garcia, he seems to be getting himself into trouble, in the last couple of games that we've seen him, but he has been able to find his way out of trouble as well. Looking to do it one more time.
Well, he does definitely have somebody that I think plays to his favor in Ian Desmond coming up, because pretty much a free swinger, but he's also a guy that if you get him down in the count, he will chase that breaking ball. Cameron Rupp just has to make sure that he's up to the task of blocking it.
So the infield comes in, listens to the conversation that Bob McClure and Luis Garcia had with 2 outs, runners on the corners. We're all tied up here at Nationals Park, 1-1. It was a game with not a whole lot of base runners on either side for a good part of it. As we've gotten to the late innings, both teams making a little bit of noise offensively. The Nats trying to do it here. Luis Garcia trying to shut him down. So Desmond is the batter. First pitch to him is a little bit low. Dirt. It's 1-0 to Ian Desmond.
Nice, Cameron.
Yeah, with Bryce Harper down there at third. Keep everything in front of him. From the stretch. There's the 1-0 pitch. Outside for a ball. It's 2-0. Garcia has his sign. 2-0 pitch. Ground ball. Shortstop Freddie Galvis has it. He's going to race to the bag, and he wins the race. Final out of the inning, so the Phils able to work themselves out of another jam. It's good defense. It's a good pitching from Luis Garcia. So we are through 8, headed to the top of the 9th, and all tied up at 1. Bank Park to host it. Holiday parties, trade shows, meetings, fundraisers. The ballpark offers upscale spaces like the Diamond Club, the Hall of Fame Club, executive dining room, and much, much more. It includes free parking, an on-site caterer, Fanatic appearances, and ballpark tours. If you have any interest, see Phillies.com/special events or call 215-218-5100 for more information. We have moved to the top of the 9th here at Nationals Park as the sun starts to set over the nation's capital. We're all tied up at 1. And, well, the Nats have a new pitcher. Goes by the name of Jonathan Papelbon. 58th game this season for Pat. 4-2 with a 1.91 ERA. And we were both remarking about the reaction he got from Nationals fans as he came into the game. It was a pretty resounding boo.
Yes.
Coming down from the stands here at Nationals Park. The first one to face him is Freddie Galvis, and he's going to beat that one out. It goes off the glove of Clint Robinson at first base. I think that's going to go down as a hit.
It'll be a hit.
Yeah.
And Freddie, if I'm correct, is responsible for his only blown save of the season.
You're right about that.
When he went up top to right field. Last time these two teams met.
So take a look at the numbers that Jonathan Papelbon has put together this season. Pretty similar in terms of, well, obviously record. More games with the Phils. The ERA higher with the Nationals. Just has not gotten a whole lot of opportunities. The team wasn't playing well when he got here. They continue to not play well. And boy, would they like to jump on Jonathan Papelbon again with the Phillies. So Aaron Altair steps in. He was the hero last night offensively. Can he do it again? Freddie Galvis down there at first. 0 for 3 tonight. The line out, 2 strikeouts for Aaron Altair.
It's easy for me to manage from the booth here, Murph, but I'd love to see Freddie just take off because of Papelbon's leg kick.
Had a pretty good lead, and Altair's going to lay that one down and move the runner up. So Freddie Galvis is safe at second. And Altair, sacrifice works, moves Freddie up to second. There's one out here in the 9th. Get that runner over in scoring position and hope that your 3 and 4 hitters can do what you need them to do. First guy that's going to get a chance is Cody Ashe. He's 0 for 3 on the afternoon. Boy, oh boy, base hit right here.
My guy drove in.
The one run. Say that. So why not?
My standout star.
Yeah. Oh,
I would love for your standout star. Well, he's not going to
get a chance. As they're going to pitch around Cody Ashe and take their chances with Darren Ruff, the right-hander.
Paps just grinned and stepped off.
So they'll send Cody Ashley down to first base with the intentional walk. It'll be 2 on with 1 out. Playing the percentages is Matt Williams. Ball 4, so Ashley is aboard.
It's where if you're Darren Ruff, it's okay to take this personally.
Yeah,
it's okay to take that personally.
Hey,
say, you know what? I'm going to get you right here.
He's been swinging the bat. I mean, you know, his numbers against right-handers this year, certainly not what he does against left-handers. But recently, Darren Ruff has been able to do a nice job, including 2 hits today.
Yeah,
off of a right-hander. So he's 2 for 3. And he's got a chance to put the Phils on top. Freddie Galvis, pretty good speed down there at second base. He leads off with 1 out here in the 9th. Big spot in the ball game. And Papelbon steps off. Galvis was getting a pretty big lead, and Anthony Rendon was sneaking behind. So,
and Paps just had a quick glance for Freddie Galvis. Freddie might know the signs. A lot of closers like to stick with the same sign all the time with a man on second.
The pitch is a little bit outside for a ball, so it's 1-0 to Darren Ruff.
So Freddie might be peeking in and being able to recognize your sign, somehow relay those to Darren Ruff at home plate. That's why I think you saw that little smirk on Pap's face.
That one's over for a strike, so it's 1-1 now to Ruff. Andres Blanco, he's in the on-deck circle. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Fouled back. 1-2 now to Darren Ruff. Reminder after the game, stay tuned for a special edition of Cure Auto Insurance presents Phillies post-game live from right here at Nationals Park.
Who's going to be doing that?
That'll be you and me, big guy. You're not going anywhere. Here's hoping we're talking about a Phillies win. Back-to-back wins over the Nationals. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swung on, popped up in the infield.
Infield fly.
Yep. Will be an out. So 2 outs in the 9th. Darren Ruff unable to get the job done, so he'll pass it off to Andres Blanco. See if his teammate can pick him up. Papelbon with a pretty good pitch on Ruff. In on his hands.
It was, but Darren had a good one to hit on the 1-1. It was a fastball out over the plate, elevated a bit. Darren just a bit tardy.
So 2 outs. Andres Blanco steps in. And he grounds that one right back to Jonathan Papelbon, who makes a nice play and will apply the tag to Andres Blanco to end the inning. So the Phils, well, they make some noise in the top of the 9th, but unable to get a run home. And we will head to the bottom of the 9th, still tied at 1. Now for our WB Mason delivery of the game, and well, came off the bat of Brian Bogasevic.
Gets a changeup that's elevated and drives it in that left center gap. Darren Ruff easily scores from second base. Nice job of hitting there by Brian Bogasevic. And that is your WB Mason delivery of the game.
And that's why we're all tied up here at 1 as we head to the bottom of the 9th. The new pitcher for the Phillies will be Hector Neris. He comes in, the right-hander, appearing in his 30th game. 4.14 ERA. And he will have the task of setting down the Nationals and sending this one to extra innings. First to face him will be Matt Dendecker. 1 for 3 on the afternoon is Dendecker. First pitch to him is over for a strike. It'll be Dendecker and Ramos, and then the pitcher spot for the Nationals. Inside for a ball. It's 1-1. Line drive, right field. Bogasevic coming in and makes a nice catch. Bogasevic has to go down and get that one. That was knuckling a little bit, but stayed up enough for Bogasevic to make the catch in the first out of the inning.
So the outfielders are playing a little bit deeper to prevent that double. And I think Brian kind of got caught in the middle of, do I really want to make sure I keep this in front of me, or do I go and make the play? And fortunately, he made the play.
So big first out for Hector Neris, and that pitch to Wilson Ramos is over for a strike. And Moore moves into the on-deck circle for the Nationals. The 1 pitch to Ramos is outside for a ball.
If you think about it, Brian Bogasevic, you're playing that defense where you prevent the double. Then you come in to make a play on a ball and it gets by, ends up being a triple.
Yeah, kind of defeats the purpose.
Yeah. I mean, that wasn't the toughest of plays, but
well,
you could see where he could get caught in between.
Yeah, that ball was knuckling a little bit, but he makes the play, as he should. Here's the 2-1 pitch to Ramos, and that's hitting the center field, not deep. Aaron Altair says he has it, and he does for the second out of the inning. So 2 outs, and that'll bring up the pinch hitter Tyler Moore. Moore batting .208 with 6 home runs and 27 RBIs on the season. Has 3 career pinch hit home runs. 1 this year, 2015. Just 5 for 45. So does have some power. I guess that's what Matt Williams is thinking. First pitch is outside for a ball. It's 1-0. Just misses. It's 2-0 now to Tyler Moore. Nationals top of the order. Awaits. Anthony Rendon is in the on-deck circle. Now to Moore.
It's called getting a 2-0 count and swinging regardless of where the pitch is. That ball's probably up and out of the strike zone, but
no. Phils will take it. Swings through that one, so it's 2-2 now to Tyler Moore.
He's through the last 2, just right by him.
Last one was 94 mile per hour for Hector Neris. Harris has his sign. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He got him. Strikeout for Hector Neris to end the 9th inning, and we are headed to extra innings. We're all tied up at 1. Nice job by Hector Neris. Gets the Nationals going 1-2-3 in the bottom of the 9th. We're headed to the 10th. Extra baseballs. We head to the top of the 10th, all tied up at 1. There you see the records for both teams in extra innings. The Phils, 14 games, they're 6-8 in those games. How about the Nats? Just 10 extra inning games, but 8-2 in those contests this season. Felipe Rivero is the new pitcher for the Nationals, appearing in his 46th game. 2-1 with an ERA of 3.05. So let's see who can pull it out in the extra frames here tonight in Washington. First to face Rivero is Brian Bogusevic. 2 strikeouts today, but as you mentioned, Ben, big double. The RBI that scored the run. Jerome Williams starting to get loose in the Phillies bullpen. First pitch to Bogusevic. He thinks about laying one down for a base hit, but he takes it inside for a ball, so it's 1-0 to Bogusevic.
Last time we saw Colton Murray. Hasn't pitched in
he has not pitched in a while.
Days.
I'm not sure he's pitched on this road trip.
He has not.
Swing and a miss. It's 1-1. Ground ball, second base. Doan stays down on it, fires over to first, and that's 1 out here in the 10th. And I'll bring up Cameron Rupp. Colton Murray's last appearance was on September 15th, 10 days ago.
11 days ago.
I was told there'd be no math. Cameron Rupp is the batter, and that one sails outside for a ball. It's 1-0. And he swings at that one and fouls it off, so it's 1-1. Rupp has 9 home runs on the season. Certainly capable of tying, or putting the Phils ahead with one swing for sure. Fouls that one straight back, so it's 1-2 now to Rupp. If he were to hit a home run, he'd be the 6th Phillies player this season to go into double digits home runs. Darren Ruff joined that club yesterday. He was the 5th to do it.
Rivera's got a quick arm.
He does. He's ahead in the count 1-2, and time is called. Now he has his side. The 1-2 pitch. Outside for a ball. It's 2-2. How about an update in Cincinnati? Well, the New York Mets are pretty darn close to celebrating in Cincinnati. They lead at 7-2 in the top of the ninth. Runs inside for a ball, so it's a full count to Cameron Rupp. That magic number for New York is 1, as we talked about. So they win that game, they are in, headed to the postseason. The New York Mets, and will officially eliminate the Washington Nationals at the same time. 3-2 pitch to Cameron Rupp. And it's a bit low, so he walked him. So Cameron is a 1-out base runner here in the 10th. And that'll bring up a pinch hitter, and Eric Kratz step in.
I don't think you'll see a pinch runner for Cameron Rupp unless he gets to second base. I think if he does get out there, you might see Odubel run for him. Darno's been used. Francoeur's been used. I'm not going to run Chooch for him.
No, and then you could keep Kratz in the ball game at that point to do the catching.
Yep.
Or bring in Carlos Ruiz. Conference on the mound right now. It looks like Rivera maybe hurt himself on that last pitch. His teammates out to talk to him. Something wrong with the bottom of that right leg, maybe.
I don't know if he slipped.
Oh yeah, it looked like he slipped a little bit when he planted his foot and then twisted on it. He's trying to kind of work through it.
Like his right spike.
Yeah, like it didn't catch.
Yeah, and I think he may have aggravated his hamstring.
So they're going to let him take a couple tosses, see if he can stay in this game. He looks good to me, Ben.
He said, I'm good to go.
No one's moved off the field. Okay, now they've decided to go back to the dugout. Matt Williams and crew. So Rivera will stay in this game, and Eric Kratz will be the batter. Kratz batting in the 8th spot. Was the pitcher spot. See what Eric Kratz can do. .267. He's got 2 RBIs since being recalled by the Phils. Swings through that one. Count is even 1-1 to Eric Kratz with 1 out. Runner on first is Cameron Rupp here in the top of the 10th.
He's walking down the steps right past the batting cage to get to the dugout today, and Eric Kratz. Hendu was watching from behind. Rock was giving him some tosses, and he had the music blaring. I wanted to grab a stick.
I'm sure you did as he swings through that one, 1-2. Good off-speed pitch right there. Here's hoping a little extra work in the cages for Eric Kratz will pay off right here.
That's right.
Cameron Rupp, a small lead off first. The 1-2 pitch is fouled straight back.
Of course, I probably would have broken a bat. I'm probably the only guy who could break a bat on soft toss.
Everybody needs gifts, Ben.
How'd you break the bat? Oh, I was doing some toss. Yeah, he got in on me.
Rivera has his sign. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Ground ball, third base. Over to second for 1. This could be 2. No, Kratz legs it out, and he is safe at first. A nice job by Eric Kratz to get down the line. The Nats get the lead runner for the second out. 5-4 goes the put out. And that'll give Jeff Francoeur a chance here in the 10th inning. Gratz got down the line pretty good.
Yes, he did.
Wasn't that hard hit, but still. Thought maybe they had a chance. So Francoeur now steps in. First pitch to Francoeur is a little bit high and outside for a ball. It's 1-0. Williams and Giles warming up now in the Phillies bullpen. Of course, Giles would come in if the Phil's able to take the lead here. Pitch to Francoeur, swing and a miss. 1-1. Is it me or has the wind really picked up in the last couple minutes?
I don't know what it's like down on the field, but I know up here it's been whipping around pretty good the entire game.
It's a 1-1 pitch. Francoeur swings through that one, so it's 1-2 now to Jeff Francoeur.
I'm huddled underground, and if you'd like to bring me a space heater, that would be much appreciated, guys.
Well, there we now have our answer of what it's like downstairs.
I'd like to know who flipped the switch from summer to fall, because I don't like them very much right now.
Yeah, it happened quickly, at least here over the weekend. Here's the 1-2 pitch. He got it. Jeff Francoeur swings through that, and Rivera gets the strikeout. So the Phils unable to score here in the top of the 10th. We'll head to the bottom of the 10th, and that's where we get a chance. Chance to buy your family pack. October 3rd is the last remaining date. 4 tickets, 4 Hatfield hot dogs, and 4 Cokes for $100. It's a great value for families indeed. You can order your tickets now at Phillies.com. Bottom of the 10th, tied up at 1 here at Nats Park. Jerome Williams will be the new pitcher for the Phillies. He's appearing in his 31st game. Of course, began the season in the rotation and moved to the bullpen. A lot of strikeouts in this game.
Well, I just looked at the 9-hole. All 4 spots that have come up have all been via the strikeout.
Phillies have struck out 14 times, and they've ended innings with a strikeout 6 different times tonight. The Nationals, they've struck out 8 times and ended an inning 5 different times with a strikeout. So 19 strikeouts combination between the two. Well, Anthony Rendon, top of the order for the Nats, will lead it off against Williams. He takes that first pitch over for a strike. Outside for a ball. It's 1-1. Outside for a ball, 1-2, or excuse me, 2-1. 2-1 is the count to Anthony Rendon. He's 1 for 4 on the afternoon. Had a single back in the third. He fouls that one back.
I was impressed with what Hector Neris did last inning. Very impressive inning for him.
You know, obviously the Phillies have a lot of decisions to make going forward in this offseason. But one of the things that'll be fun to watch next year, early next year, is when it's in the dirt, 3-2. I'm talking early in spring training, is, you know, who is going to get those spots in the bullpen. The Phillies have a lot of good young arms and a couple of guys who are coming back from injury as well. They do Mario Hollins, we didn't see at all this season. 3-2 pitch, and it's fouled over to the right side. Darren Ruff gives chase, but it goes up into the seats. You know, there's only so many spots to be had in the bullpen, and there will be some competition, which is always a good thing. The count is full to Anthony Rendon. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Fly ball, right field, shallow. Bogusevic coming on, and that's going to be foul. Spins out of play. Both Ruff and Bogusevic charging hard after that one, but it slices foul.
There's a little cutter there by Jerome Williams. Good pitch. Down and away, late movement. Pitch at 88 miles an hour.
Reminder, tomorrow we're back on the air, 1:30 for the final game, the final road game of the season for the Phillies. Hopefully the Phils will be going for a sweep against the Nationals. At that point, ground ball, third base, foul. Do it again.
What shirt are you going to wear tomorrow, Murph?
I'm going to wear the correct one tomorrow.
Okay.
Sure you will too. Update in Cincinnati, 10-2 now Mets. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Swung on, and that one is hit well, but it's going to hook foul. Rendon put a charge into that one, but he hooked it foul.
2 minutes for hooking, 2 minutes.
That one had plenty of distance for sure. Here's the 3-2 pitch to Rendon. That's fouled off again. So Anthony Rendon battling against Jerome Williams right now. Williams has his sign. 3-2 pitch. Inside for a ball, he walked. So Rendon is a leadoff base runner, courtesy of the base on balls. And that'll bring up Yunel Escobar. That was pretty darn good at bat by Anthony Rendon.
It was. Fouled off a couple. The first 3-2 pitch, that cutter, which I talked about earlier, just to even get a bat on that ball, because I think it would have been a called strike. Heck of a pitch, just job of fooling it. Then got a changeup up. Yanked, that's the one he yanked foul, and eventually eked out a walk.
Well, Yunel Escobar still looking for his first hit in this series. He's 0 for 4 last night. He's 0 for in this game as well. He swings to that first pitch 0-1.
If you're wondering why they're not bunting here, do you know why, Murph?
Well, for one, he's batting .321 on the season.
Well,
so
that, and you advance him to second, and then Bryce Harper's up. They're going to walk him, and then you have Worth up with first and second with 1 out. So keep that base occupied if he does get out.
And that one is hit well. Center field going back on it is Altherr at the track, at the wall, and he has just enough room to catch it. Escobar gave it a ride, but he hit it to the deepest part of the ballpark, and Altherr had it all the way. That is the first out of the inning. And Rendon has to head on back to first base.
Whew. I like him in the outfield.
Oh, he is solid
so
outfield.
Graceful. His jumps. I mean, talk about, I always talk about not panicking. You talk about no panic. He just glides back. Kind of like the Devon White. I'm not comparing him to Devon White because he's multi-time Gold Glover, but he just glides back on this. Ho-hum finds the wall, makes the play.
Well, Bryce Harper swings through that first pitch from Jerome Williams, 0-1. Yeah, you know, he played left field last night. Did a nice job. Moves over to center field today. I guess we're going to see him play center field again probably tomorrow if Odubel Herrera's going to get a couple of days off. So get a chance to watch him out there for a little bit. I don't know where that one was, but it's ball, so it's 1-1 now with 1 out to Bryce Harper. Runner down to first. Williams from the stretch, the 1-1 pitch off the end of the bat, fouled off, and he's ahead 1-2.
Now Bryce has the 1 batting glove on. This guy.
You know, the no batting gloves was working for him.
It did.
Walked and he doubled. He's 2 for 3 today. But he's down in the count 1-2. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Check swing. Yeah, he went. Called third strike. So a big strikeout right there for Jerome Williams. Gets Harper. And that'll bring up Jason Worth now with 2 outs here in the 10th. Flat out fooled on that one.
Yes, he was.
I think they called him on the swing, but I think the pitch was a strike as well.
I was watching it live, so I'm watching. I couldn't tell where the pitch was, but he definitely swung. For sure, a swing.
Well, that'll bring up Jason Worth. 2 outs. And first pitch to Worth is on the outside corner for a strike. It's 0-1. A little too far outside, evens the count at 1. Ground ball, third base. To his left is Cody Ash. He's up with it, fires across the diamond, and he gets Jason Worth by a step. So the Phils, after the leadoff walk, able to work around that. Get the next 3 guys, and with that, we'll head to the 11th. Still all tied up at 1 here in Washington. All tied up at 1. Blake Trinan is the new pitcher for the Nats, appearing in his 56th game of the season. 0.86 ERA, right-hander. He's going to have to face the top of the order for the Phils. Freddie Galvis, Aaron Altair, and Cody Ashe. Still a lot of fans hanging around.
There are.
Here you see what Freddie's been able to do today. 1 for 4. He singled in the 9th. Stranded at second base. Takes that first pitch high for a ball. It's 1-0. Swing up, pops it up in the infield. And making a catch is Escobar for the out. Well, they are celebrating, I believe, in Cincinnati. Here is the final play. It's Familia. Jay Bruce swinging a miss, and he got him. Well, they're not celebrating all that much. I don't think Familia knew.
He had no idea.
I don't think he did.
He had no idea.
The rest of the team understands that they just won the NL East. Their magic number was 1, and they clinched. So the New York Mets are headed to the postseason. And the Washington Nationals.
He must have needed to get some work in, because 10-2 in the 9th.
Yeah.
They still have not adjusted that on the scoreboard, out-of-town scoreboard here. It'll
be interesting. It's a foregone conclusion, but it'll be interesting to see how the fans react when it does go final here. Altair swings at that one in the dirt. It's 1-2 now to Aaron Altair. That one's also in the dirt. It's 2-2 now. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Outside and low. It's 3-2 to Aaron Altair. Kodiashi next up for the Phils. Outside, he walks him. So Aaron Altair is a base runner here in the 11th. And they'll bring up Kodiashi. Got some good speed on the base paths now. See if the Phils can generate something here in the top of the 11th.
Jason Worth even taking a couple more steps back in right field.
Yeah, he's deep in right field.
He was just up, but then took about 5 or 6 more steps deeper.
Throw over, chases Altair back. So Kodiashi has a chance to come through here in the clutch. He walked his last at bat. It's 0 for 3. He was intentionally walked. Last at bat. That one's outside for a ball. It's 1-0. Hit hard, but foul down the right field line. Yeah, the Nats still not updating their out-of-town scoreboard. That game ended a couple of minutes ago.
Those runners on first and third are not moving.
Somebody's working slow in Cincinnati. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. It's 1-2 now. Altair gets his lead off first. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and inside for a ball. 2-2. Trying to get his sign. 2-2 pitch inside for a ball. It's 3-2.
I think he'll be off here for sure. Love to see him go first to home.
He's off and running. 3-2 pitch. Fouled. So he'll have to come on back, and we'll do it again. One out here in the 11th.
They finally made it a final.
It is official. And, well, not a whole lot of fanfare here in Nationals Park.
There you have it.
3-2 pitch. Fouled off again. Kudos to the Mets, who have let some big leads in the division get away from them over the last 10 years. Of course, we all remember 7.5 back with 17 to play. The Phils were able to catch the Mets, but not this year. They win the division. There goes Altair, and Ashley swings through it, throw down to second. He's out at second base as well. So strike him out, throw him out, double play to end the 11th inning. Nice play by the Washington Nationals. They'll get a chance to win this one in the bottom of the 11th. We're all tied up at 1 here in D.C. One, 4 hits, 1 error. Nationals, 1 run, 7 hits, no errors. Past the 3-hour mark now. As we head to the bottom of the 11th inning, it'll be Clint Robinson, Ian Desmond, Matt Dendecker for the Nationals. There's Robinson, 1 for 3. Intentionally walked his last at bat. Jerome Williams from the windup gets that one over the outside corner for a strike, so it's 0-1 now to Robinson.
Good pitch.
And it's looped out into center field, and Aaron Altair able to make that catch for the first out. I don't think that bat will be coming back.
No.
Take another look, Ben.
Just change up down. You can see the grip on it, the circle change. Good action. And some shrapnel coming out of the batter's box.
Well, Ian Desmond is the batter, 0 for 4. Been a long season for Ian Desmond. He's one of those guys that has been a part of the core here in Washington for a little while that they think probably won't be back. And he hits that one back up the middle. Nice play by Freddie Galvis to knock it down, but Would have been a tough play to spin and throw out Ian Desmond. I didn't think he was going to get to it, but that's a base hit for Desmond. And he's a one-out base runner.
I don't think Freddie would have had a shot at this, but when it hits the dirt right there, has some good top spin on it. Freddie not able to flag it down and make a throw over to first base, but that, like I said, that would have been a tough play regardless.
Yeah. That second hop always shoots on you. So Matt Dendecker is the batter. He is 1 for 4. Singled way back in the 3rd inning. There's 1 out. And first pitch to Dendecker is outside for a ball. It's 1-0. Forward first. Desmond has stolen 12 bases so far this year. Chase back. Once again by Jerome Williams. That thought is on the Phillies' mind that he might try to take a base. One 1-0 pitch to Dendecker's over for a strike. It's 1-1. Desmond gets his lead off first. 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. 1-2.
Good action on another good changeup.
One-two pitch. A little bit high for a ball. It's 2-2.
Groom trying that front hip or front door sinker on Dendecker. Tried to bring it back, but he got underneath that pitch, and that's why he left it up.
Desmond leads off first. Williams from the stretch. The 2-2 pitch. Popped up foul, and Cameron Rupp off with the mask. He's going to have room when he makes the catch. So really good pitch by Jerome Williams in on the hands on Dendecker, and he's the second out of the inning. Not a whole lot of foul territory behind the plate here at Washington Nationals Park, but that one didn't go very far.
There's not, but he doubles up on the fastball in here. Actually, that may have been a cutter. It's in underneath the hands, and it's an easy play for number 29, Cameron Rupp.
All right, so that'll bring up Wilson Ramos. 0 for 4 today. Another throw over to first. Michael Taylor has moved into the on-deck circle for the Nationals. Time is called.
7:22.
You calling out the time? Can you do time and temperature? Might be able to get you sponsored. Outside for a ball.
Does this extra inning game affect at all where you're taking me for supper?
Nope, same place.
Same place.
Swings through that one for a strike. It's 1-1.
Does that mean you're still going to let me supersize?
Absolutely.
You're all hard, Murph. You're all hard.
I'm loving it. 1-1 pitch, swings through it, snap throw down to first. Desmond's back. It's 1-2 now to the batter, Wilson Ramos.
Quick snap throw by Cameron Rupp. I didn't see where Desmond was really getting off that far, but
another throw over. Desmond's asking the count. Count is 1-2.
Yeah, they turned the big scoreboard off, everything.
Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, and he got him. Nice pitch by Jerome Williams. And another nice inning for him in relief. Just the one hit in the inning. 4 batters faced. No runs across. So we're headed to the 12th. Still tied at 1. One extra innings here in the penultimate game on the road for the Phils this year. Here's the only scoring today. Fielder's choice for the Nats. Plays at first. Gonna get the out. And Bryce Harper slides across. And then in the 8th, Ben.
Brian Bogasevic hits a line drive out to left center to score Darren Ruff. That was in the 8th inning. Tied the ball game up at 1-1, and that's where we still stand.
We do indeed. Darren Ruff, who's had a good game offensively. A couple of hits, 2 for 4. Will be the first batter to face Trinan here in the top of the 12th inning. Neither starting pitcher obviously will fare in the decision at this point. They both pitched well. Steven Strasburg was really, really good. Got himself into a little bit of trouble in the 8th. And Aaron Nola as well. Very good through 5. Pitches over for a strike. It's 1-1 to Darren Ruff. Darren's got 10 home runs on the year, 31 RBIs. Hit one last night. This would be a great spot for him to hit one here.
You think?
I do. Check swing, no swing. So it's 2-1 to Darren Ruff. Outside for a ball, 3-1. He's in a hitter's count. And Colton Murray, who we were just talking about, up in the Phillies pen. It's over for a strike. It's 3-2. Haven't seen him in 11 days. Three-two pitch, ground ball, shortstop. Desmond has it and fires across for the first out. So Ruff goes down 6-3 here to lead off the 12th inning. And they'll bring up the second baseman, Andres Blanco. Blanco is 0 for 3 on the afternoon, which has turned into evening here in D.C. His first pitch swinging, fouls it back. inside for a ball. 1-1 to Andres Blanco.
I wonder why they turn the score. They turn everything off. The speed of the pitch, the count,
the lights. 1-2. That one's on the inside corner. It is a little strange.
Because I mean, Desmond was on first base. He didn't know the count. There's nowhere around that shows the count. Anything.
That one's fouled at the plate. It remains 1-2 to Andres Blanco. Yeah, they must be having some kind of problem because even the animation on all the boards has stopped as well.
Right.
So I'm thinking it's a little bit of an issue. Hopefully they get it worked out. 1-2 pitch in the dirt. Did he go? No. No swing. Jonathan Payne down there at third. So 2-2 now to Andres Blanco with one out here in the 12th. There you see the home plate umpire James Hoyt telling everybody the count. It's 2-2. And Blanco swings and delivers that one into left field for a base hit. So he's a one-out base runner here in the 12th. Nice bat from Andres Blanco.
That'll be it for Blake Trinan. Matt Williams makes his way out. Looks like we're going to see Matt Thornton.
So Matt Thornton will be the next pitcher for the Washington Nationals. We have a pitching change here in the 12th inning in Washington, D.C. Deep into extra innings, we're all tied up at 1. Andres Blanco with the base hit chases Trinan out of this game. And we're going to step aside. We're back here in the top of the 12th with one out and one on for the Phillies. And the Washington Nationals have a new pitcher. It is the left-hander, Matt Thornton, coming into this game. Veteran who's been very, very good for the Nationals since joining them last season. You see his ERA at 2.27. His last 21 games, how about an ERA of 0.64? He's only allowed one earned run in those 21 games. Brian Bogusevic will be the first to face him. Andres Blanco's down there at first. He's singled. And the first pitch to Bogusevic is inside for a ball.
Matt was coming up with the Mariners, and I went out to the mound one time, and Matt's had a great career. I mean, a great career. An all-star back in 2010, and I went out to the mound one time. I called a sinker. He threw a cutter. And this thing, I mean, Matt, see, he throws very, very hard. 96, 97 at times, and I called a sinker and this ball came in and it cut. I went out to the mound. I said, Matt, I called a sinker. He goes, I know. I just don't know where it's going. The things I had to deal with at times.
Outside for a ball. It's 2-1.
So he obviously figured it out.
Yeah, he's been real good, as you said, in his career. But since joining Washington, he's been in 76 games, and he has an ERA of 1.76 in those games. It comes inside to Bogusevic, though, and it's 3-1 now to Brian Bogusevic. Blanco down there at first. A walk right here would certainly help out the Phils. 3-1 pitch. Swings through that. It's 3-2. So the count is 3-2 now to Brian Bogusevic. Blanco leads off first. Lefty has his sign. Here's the 3-2 pitch on the outside corner for a called third strike. I don't know about that one. Looked a little bit outside. Bogusevic didn't agree with it. And that is the second out of the inning.
We're so up high here and over top of home plate pretty much. I was watching that live. It just looked like it was outside.
I'll take a look.
Yeah.
From that angle, it looked like it caught the outside corner, but I agree with you. Live from up here, that certainly looked like it was outside. Nonetheless, it's 2 outs. That'll bring up Cameron Rupp. First pitch to Rupp is low for a ball, so it's 1-0. A lot of strikeouts tonight for the Phillies. 1-0 pitch, line drive, foul. The reach of Yunel Escobar. 16 strikeouts for the Phillies offense, and that ties the season high. Happened against the Mets back there in August. Now, granted, we're in the 12th inning, but still. They had 13 through regulation, so Cameron needed a new bat after that. Rupp steps back in. Blanco takes his lead off first. It's 1-1 with 2 outs here in the 12th. 1-2. There is Odubel Herrera. Moves into the on-deck circle. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Outside for a ball, 2-2. The 2-2 pitch is lined into center field, and that'll drop in for a hit. So Cameron Rupp is safe at first. Blanco moves up to second, got it just off the end of the bat, and Bryce Harper, couldn't get to it. Falls in front of him. So the Phillies have 2 runners on now with 2 outs here in the 12th. And Odubel Herrera will be the batter.
I'm not sure if that was a changeup or just a backdoor slider that kind of stayed up a little bit, but regardless, Cam, a good job of staying back enough, keeping the bat in the zone long enough.
So Herrera get his first at bat in this game. You see his numbers pinch hitting, they're good, 4 for 11. A base hit. It's really all the Phils need at this point. And first pitch is fouled off, so it's 0-1 to Odubel Herrera. Blanco will be able to get a pretty good jump with 2 outs. I don't think anything into the outfield, except maybe a really hard hit ball to left field to score the runner.
Ramos was getting up to try and pick off Andres Blanco. Andres turned around and said, "Go ahead, throw it." And he motioned to center field like, "You're going to end up throwing it out there and I'm going to score."
Gamesmanship. 0-1 pitch is outside for a ball. It's 1-1. Nothing wrong with putting that thought in his head, right?
Not at all.
One pitch fouled away. It's 1-2 now to Odubel Herrera. Andres Blanco is at second. He singled. Cameron Rupp is at first. He singled as well. 2 on, 2 outs here in the 12th. Has his sign. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Oof, fouled over the Phillies dugout and thankfully hit a seat because that was coming in hot. You hang out to the 12th inning, you get yourself a souvenir.
I think that's Dusty Wathan down there. That ball just went screaming over his head in that Phillies dugout, and he hasn't moved. I see a ball go screaming over my head. I'm going to take cover.
I flinched up here. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Outside for a ball. It's 2-2. The little guy behind the plate thought that was a strike.
Yeah, he did.
Two balls, 2 strikes, and fouled away. So Odubel Herrera doing a nice job. Lefty on lefty. He's battling up there. And don't adjust your sets. Those are raindrops that you are seeing here in Washington.
Yeah, buddy.
Come on, Odubel. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Popped up in foul territory. Escobar is drifting over, and he'll make the catch for the 3rd out here in the 12th inning. So the Phils get 2 runners on, but unable to cash in here in the 12th. So we'll head to the bottom of the 12th. Still all tied at 1. They need it in the bottom of the 12th inning here at Nationals Park, but that's where we are. It's 1-1. The raindrops are falling. Fans starting to head for cover as Colton Murray will be the new pitcher for the Phillies in this one, appearing in his 6th game. There's his ERA at 5.06. 5 1/3 innings, allowed 6 hits, 1 walk, 7 strikeouts. Throws hard. And he'll be asked to keep this game at 1-1 here in the 12th. Take cover. Trey Turner is the batter for the Nationals. He's the pinch hitter, sitting in the pitcher spot for the Nats, and the first pitch to him is low for a ball. It's 1-0. It'll be Turner, and then the top of the order once again for the Nationals.
You haven't pitched in 11 days. You come into a tie ball game in the 12th inning, and it's raining. Stay hot.
Here's the 1-1 pitch, outside and low for a ball. So it's 2-1 now to Turner. Not a whole lot of the 34,000 fans that were here at the beginning of this game are left in their seats. 2-1 pitch on the outside corner for a strike. It's 2-2. Hope Leslie's been able to take some cover.
Yep, I'm under. I'm actually. Hey, can you guys scoot over here on the bench? I want a little room so I can, hide from the raindrops down here.
Snuck into the dugout, did you? The ground out is recorded there, first out of the inning.
I did. I tried to pretend I wasn't here, hide behind the fans, but it doesn't work very well.
That's a crowded dugout to begin with, but nonetheless, find your spot, Leslie. Nothing wrong with that. We've got one out here in the 12th. And it's the top of the order for the Nats. Anthony Rendon will be the hitter. 1 for 4. He also walked. Been up to bat 5 times already in this game. At bat number 6 for him. Ball's low. It's 1-0.
It's where I think that the pitcher definitely has the advantage because these guys haven't seen Colton Murray before.
Mm-hmm.
They don't know how his pitches are, hard he throws, the arm slot, any of that.
A little bit high for a ball. It's 2-0. That's over for a strike. It's 2-1 now to Anthony Rendon.
I don't know what he's complaining about. Good pitch.
Murray has his sign from the stretch. The 2-1 pitch. Over for a strike. 2-2.
Like a little cutter there from Colton Murray. Good pitch.
Hard to believe we're just 2 days away from yoga in the outfield, huh?
On pins and needles.
Here's the 2-2 pitch. Line drive, base hit past the shortstop, Freddie Galvis. So Anthony Rendon has his second hit of the game. And he's a one-out base runner here in the 12th.
Murph, what day do you think it is?
25th, right?
No, it's the 26th.
Hard to believe it's just 1 day away from yoga in the outfield.
That's why you couldn't compute the last time Colton Murray pitched.
Are you trying to tell me that yoga in the outfield is tomorrow?
Yes, it is. You're not going to be able to sleep tonight.
Probably not. Escobar is the batter. One out here in the 12th. He gave one a ride to center field his last at bat. And Aaron Altair caught right up against the wall.
Literally. A couple feet from that 402 sign. I just thought the math in the Great Garden State was different than.
I thought it was the 25th.
All right, son.
1-0 pitch. Fouled straight back. 1-1. So will the yoga in the outfield be before tomorrow's game?
Or
after tomorrow's game? Not during tomorrow's
I'm going to get here probably around 6 o'clock just in case it's early. I don't want to miss it.
Good luck with that. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Swing and a miss. It's 1-2 now to Yanel Escobar. Bryce Harper waits on deck. Almost 95 miles per hour out of the hand of Colton Murray. Rendon leads off first. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Inside for a ball. It's 2-2. From the stretch, here's the 2-2 pitch. Oh, that one's in the dirt. It gets by Cameron Rupp and shoots all the way back to Colton Murray at the pitcher's mound. So Rendon is going to move up to second. And I think that's going to be a wild pitch. That's a break for the Nats.
It is a breaking ball, and if you're not in there every day, an overhand curveball is the most difficult pitch, in my opinion, to really get a feel for. And we saw that even with Jared Eichhoff. It took him a few outings to really get that that curveball back. And like I said, he hasn't been out there for 11 days, and you could lose the feel. He spiked a couple of those already this inning.
Well, there's 1 out and the full count to Escobar. With Rendon off of second now. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Inside for a ball, so he walked him. So 2 on with 1 out. The Nats welcome Bryce Harper to the plate. A pretty good battle by Yanel Escobar, who was down in that count, able to work himself a walk.
We're back to 2 batting gloves, Murph.
We've come full circle. Bryce Harper 2 for 4, a single and a double in this game. He also walked. Batting .337 on the year. And he's going to try and end it right here if he can. A base hit might do that. Runners lead off first and second. The first pitch to Harper is a little bit low for a ball. Looked like he caught the plate. A little bit low, maybe.
Yep.
Darren Ruff not holding on the runner at first. That run means nothing here in the 12th. Rendon leads off second. There's the 1-0 pitch. Inside and in the dirt. Nobody can advance. Nice play by Cameron Rupp to keep that one in front of him. But the count is 0-2, or 2-0 now to Bryce Harper. Nobody warming up in the Phillies bullpen, so this is Colton Murray's game at this point. Take another look.
Good play by Cameron here.
Yeah.
Gets to it, smothers it enough to where Rendon cannot advance, or Escobar from first.
Murray gets his sign. Here's the 2-0 pitch. On the outside corner for a strike. It's 2-1. Time is called as Harper steps out. A couple of chants of MVP from the crowd here at Nationals Park. Murray from the stretch. 2-1 pitch, over for a strike. It's 2-2.
Here it is. Hit it, Bryce.
Why not?
Ain't that a case of outthinking himself? No way he's going to throw me a heater.
Here's the 2-2 pitch from Colton Murray. Rendon leads off second. And swung on and popped up. In foul territory, Darren Ruff over by the Nats dugout. Does he have room? Oh, he got it. Hit off his glove and unable to hold on as Jonathan Papelbon able to help out his former teammate Darren Ruff from flipping over into the Nats dugout. Ruffy got his glove on it.
He did, and you know, he probably a play that he should make.
Yeah, he'll tell you he should have caught that.
You never like to give this guy a second chance.
No. New life for Bryce Harper.
Actually, came back, overran a little bit.
Yeah, it hit him almost in the heel of the glove there. So the count remains 2-2 to Bryce Harper. Murray from the stretch. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Swung on, line drive down the right field line. Fair ball all the way back to the corner. That's going to do it. Rendon comes around third and he scores. And Ben, you just said it. Give Bryce Harper a second chance, and he's liable to come through for you. 96th RBI of the season for Bryce Harper. It's the game winner here in Washington in the bottom of the 12th inning. His teammates are out to celebrate with him, and the Phils, they end up losing this one, game number 2. Our Chevy player of the game, well, it's that guy, 3 for 5, game-winning RBI here in the 12th inning. Bryce Harper.
No one feels better than Bryce Harper. Nobody feels worse than Darren Ruff.
Yeah.
Breaking ball up. Colton Murray, I think, overcompensated a little bit for the fact that he was bouncing a few of those breaking balls. I think he tried to compensate a little bit and just hung that one, and definitely one that he would like to have back. Unfortunately, the Nats go ahead and win this one in 12.
12 innings and to get the final. 2-1 is the final. 10 hits for the Nats, 6 hits and the 1 error for the Phillies. We'll be back to put a wrap on this one right after this.